Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 5 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 5-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 2 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 2-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 1 minute from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 1-minute time check, stations.
on the Hawkeye Sports Network. From Learfield, Hawkeye Basketball is on the air. Hawkeye Basketball is brought to you by Alliant Energy. Visit AlliantEnergy.com to see how they're using their energy to power beyond. Hy-Vee. Score big savings and shop online at HyVeeDeals.com. West Bend, the silver lining. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit IALottery.com for details. And by U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. This is the EMC Insurance pregame show. EMC Insurance. You've worked hard for it. Now count on EMC Insurance companies to protect it.
January 5th, 1983, the Iowa basketball moving vans pulled away from the field house for the short drive across campus to the brand new Carver Hawkeye Arena. Lute Olson, in his 9th year, had the storied Iowa program roaring and debuted against another blue blood Big Ten powerhouse at the time, Michigan State, and their Hall of Fame head coach, Judd Heathcote. The Hawks lost that game 61-59. Now, 40 years later, another curtain raiser of a different kind, and another conference blue blood. The Indiana Hoosiers are in Iowa City with one of their former legendary players, Mike Woodson, now the head coach. The Hawks and the Hoosiers square off tonight in Carver Hawkeye Arena. Happy 40th birthday to Carver. A victory over the Hoosiers would be just what the doctor prescribed, because there are shortened rosters all over the place. Iowa is 8-6. Indiana is 10-3. Good evening, everybody. Gary Dolphin with former Hawkeye great Bobby Hansen, who played in that first basketball game here at Carver. Well, not that long ago, just 40 years ago. This is the EMC Insurance pregame show ahead of Iowa, Indiana in about an hour. It's a great home floor advantage. Bobby, it's great to be back in Iowa City following a pair of frustrating road losses at Nebraska and Penn State on New Year's Day. But it's early. That second half rally fell just short. Iowa sits at 0-3, therefore. But that second half, Bobby, to me was a momentum shift. Especially knowing that Patrick McCaffrey is on the sideline, at least for now.
Yeah, and, hats off to Patrick, Gary, for, what he did, what he went through here the last couple of days of facing the media and saying, hey, I need some help. I got to step away. So, we all support him. We all got his back, and we don't want to rush him back. But whenever he's ready, he's going to be more than welcome to come back. And watch a lot of his stuff with his family and mom and dad and his brother, how they're approaching this, and the teammates on how they're approaching it. So Patrick was out here earlier today shooting some shots, looked good. So we wish Patrick McCaffrey all the best. And happy birthday to Carver Hawkeye Arena. Hard to believe, Gary, 40 years we walked in here, came out of that tunnel for the first time versus Michigan State. Packed house, 15,555 I think was the number back then. It all seemed surreal because it was all brand new, and she still looks great, the old place does. And you get this place full, and it's a raucous, rowdy environment here on the west side of the hospital over here. So yeah, a couple of tough ones over there. I agree with you, Gary. I thought the Penn State second half really got going. Chris Murray was outstanding, and Philip Obracha outstanding. Career high for Chris, 32 points. He had another career high last year here against Indiana, 29 points and 11 rebounds. So yeah, look for him to come out fired up here tonight. Tony Perkins got back on track with 17 points he had over at Penn State. So yeah, I expect the Hawkeyes to come out with a lot of emotion, a lot of energy in this game, and really get after Indiana early.
Mentioned Chris Murray, the junior scored 22 of his 32 points in the second half against the Nittany Lions as Iowa roared back from 18 points down at the break, only to fall 83-79. Perkins had a wonderful second half as well. What do you want to see carry over tonight, Bobby, beyond Chris Murray?
Defense. I want to see him get down and get after, like they did against Iowa State. Shorthanded when Chris was out. Nobody gave much of a chance in that, but those guys in that locker room, and lo and behold, they came and smoked Iowa State in that game. So that's what I want to see. I want to see Tony Perkins out there dogging. They're their point guard, whoever that might be. You've got to be physical with these guys. Trace Jackson Davis, Race Thompson are big-time players inside. Race Thompson goes after everything up on the glass, and Trace Jackson Davis is a first-team All-American candidate. So I want to see these guys get after them, get nasty, get mean, and then make some shots. I want to see everybody contribute. It's going to take everybody, but when you got an open shot, shoot it with confidence and knock it down.
Well, the Hawkeyes are without Patrick McCaffrey tonight. Indiana is without Xavier Johnson, their flashy 6'3", 200-pound senior guard. So he's on the bench with a bad foot, along with his 10 points and 5 assists per game. That's a big void for Indiana, but they've always got talent at Indiana. We know that. And Bobby mentioned they've got Trace Jackson Davis, Race Thompson. Of course, talk about bloodlines. His dad, Darrell Thompson, the great running back at Minnesota and with the Green Bay Packers a few years ago. Thompson is playing at a high level. They still have plenty of talent at Indiana.
Another kid to mention, Gary, is a freshman guard, number 1, Jalen Hood Shafino. He's 6'6". I was watching him warm up out here. This kid is built, so he was draining shots from all over the court. Indiana not really known as a three-point shooting team per se. Miller Kopp, the transfer from Northwestern, he will make three-point shots, but Shafino was out there knocking them down. Trace Jackson, every now and then he'll throw in, but another guy, Trey Galloway, in that starting lineup, a junior. He's coming off a career-high 20 points when last time they played a Big Ten game versus Nebraska.
Shafino, just another top 50, top 25 player that Indiana gets seemingly every year, along with the Dukes, the Kentuckys, and the Kansas. Shafino's long, he's athletic, he's a combo wing. He can play the point, second leading scorer. He's got a great first step, really quick with the basketball, so he is going to be a tough guard tonight. The Hawkeyes just have to be up to the challenge. Just looking at my notes, Iowa hit 6 of their 7 threes in the second half the other night, Bobby, so hopefully, and that's without Peyton Sanford. Peyton continues to struggle with his shot. Hopefully he breaks out big tonight, along with guys like Josh Dix and Aaron Eulis, other capable shooters who can help fill that void left by Patrick McCaffrey.
Yeah, you got to fill Patrick's, 14, 15 points a game. And looking back at all the box scores here today, Patrick's had some really good games for the Hawkeyes. He's had a couple recently here where he didn't make shots, and it started to affect him a little bit, but somebody's got to step up. Next man in mentality. You got to rally around that young man and show him what you're made of here. Peyton Sanford would be my pick to come in firing and knock down some shots here tonight and get him feeling good.
Our basketball coverage is sponsored by EMC Insurance. We appreciate EMC's coverage of Hawkeye basketball each and every game. Some of these fans walk by and poke you in the back. It's all in good fun. We're going to have to move our perch. EMC Insurance, you've worked hard to build your business. Count on EMC Insurance companies to protect it. Find your agent at EMCINS.com. And we're sponsored by U.S. Cellular, bringing locally grown connections all season long with any phone free for new and current customers. That's right, any phone free of charge, courtesy of U.S. Cellular. Our U.S. Cellular fan connection inbox is open. If you have a question about Iowa basketball, connect with Bobby and I on Twitter at Gary Dolphin or on Facebook.com/Voice of the Hawkeyes. Well, coming up next, we take a trip down memory lane with a Hawkeye historical winning moment presented by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
You don't have to go to the game to get a game program. You can download it now by visiting the game day page on HawkeyeSports.com. That's right. The game program is now digital and it's free. So check it out. Get the roster, the stats, and fascinating stories about today's matchup. Just go to HawkeyeSports.com and click on Game Day.
The holidays are for making memories, and Honda can help you make them. Whether it's hauling presents in a capable Ridgeline, going sledding in an adventurous Pilot, or traveling in a rugged Passport or CR-V. Make memories during Happy Honda Days. Buy online, reserve from select dealers, or visit your local Honda dealer.
New Hondas are arriving daily at your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
See dealer for financing details. Hawkeye fans offering expertly crafted and incredibly comfortable Hawkeye gear, Authentic Brand Apparel has me looking my best on game day and every day. Shop the premium selection of outerwear, hoodies, hats, and more at authentic-brand.com. Save 15% instantly with coupon code Hawkeye Radio. That's all one word, Hawkeye Radio at authentic-brand.com.
People say you should see the ball drop at Times Square at least one time, but being there for New Year's Eve and winning $1 million live on national television? How's that for a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? With the Iowa Lottery's Powerball First Millionaire of the Year, you and a guest could appear on Dick Clark's New Year's Rockin' Eve. One lucky winner will win $1 million just after midnight. Enter your Powerball tickets and see rules and complete details at ialottery.com/VIP.
Having an emergency fund can help you cover an unexpected expense, like cleaning up and rebuilding after a bad storm. At DePaco Credit Union, we've got the right tools and resources to get you on your feet. We want our members to feel the comfort that a life emergency won't become a financial emergency. DePaco cares about your financial well-being. When our members love life, it makes a brighter community for all. DePaco can help you. Be well. Learn more at depaco.com/be well. Federally insured by NCUA.
You're not selling a product, you're selling a promise. When we're subject to horrible winters, hailstorms, windstorms, you learn quick that you really are selling a promise, not just collecting a premium.
An independent insurance agent on doing the right thing.
West Bend's the one company that I would feel confident calling the president of the company. I know he'd pick up the phone and we'd have a conversation.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
This is the EMC Insurance pregame show. Welcome back to Carver Hawkeye Arena. Mediacom Court. Crowd starting to filter in. It's a later start. In fact, we've been told they pushed it back now, the opening tip from 8 o'clock to 8:10. So obviously there's games being televised around the country ahead of this broadcast put on by Fox Sports 1. We've got Bill Raftery and the voice of the White Sox, Jason Benetti, here. Bobby, we got the big timers. We don't see Raftery doesn't get to Iowa City as much as he used to.
No, good to see him, though. He is a fun listen to, old Raf is, and the old Seton Hall coach.
Basketball junkie.
Yeah.
He used to come in a lot when Tom Davis teams were playing on Sunday afternoon, CBS, and obviously when Lute was here, and that was really the dawning of the television explosion in terms of contracts, college basketball popularity. But it's good to see Raf here tonight. I'm Gary Dolphin. He's Bobby Hansen. And time now for our Hawkeye historical winning moment presented by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. Well, we certainly can't go anywhere else but right here and talk about this building some more on its 40th anniversary. 40 years ago tonight, the first men's basketball game played in Carver Hawkeye Arena history versus Michigan State. Since that time, Iowa has won 507 games and lost 152. That's a 770 winning percentage, off the charts. The arena cost $18,400,000 to build and was completed in 3 years. Now, $18 million in today's money, around $55 million. It was financed from private contributions from Iowa Athletic Department supporters. Many of you listening tonight no doubt wrote a check. The first event actually in the arena was January 3rd, a wrestling duel against Oklahoma, and then the first basketball game was staged 2 days later. The Hawkeyes and Michigan State. Judd Heathcote was on the sidelines for the Spartans. The Hawkeyes, Ed Hightower was the chief referee that night. Bobby Hansen drilled a corner jump shot, only to have it wiped out by a turnover Hightower blew the whistle, and I think he said Steve Carfino stepped on the sideline as he delivered the ball to you.
Well, I still tell him every time I see him, it was a horrible call. It's like he was a rookie referee.
Eddie was, yeah.
Yeah, he was way down there, Dolph. He was 90 feet away down there on the baseline. I remember looking down there and seeing Judd standing there pointing at the sideline.
Well, you know, Judd baited him into the call. Absolutely, I agree.
It was a tough way to start, though. I remember we were pretty down after that one because we waited so long. You didn't know whether, senior year, you're going to get a shot to play in here, and everything was so new.
Well, the opening was delayed.
The opening was delayed. It became quite a home court advantage, though, for us. A couple, 3 games into it, people get used to it, and you get hollering and screaming in there. So, happy birthday, Carver Hawkeye Arena.
Named for the late industrialist Roy Carver, longtime supporter of the University of Iowa. Carver Hawkeye Arena at the time, one of the 25 largest university-owned facilities in the nation. It underwent a multi-million-dollar facelift in September of 2000, completed in September of 2011. And I think there's probably 1 or 2 more renovations left in this building. Carver's hosted the Big Ten and NCAA wrestling championships, the 1984 and 2012 U.S. Olympic trials, and the 1984 U.S. Olympic basketball team played an exhibition contest in here. The Hawks hosted the 1995 NCAA wrestling championships. Iowa won the national title. That was a thrilling moment. I remember it well. And they set attendance records that year and at the 2001 NCAA finals. This old girl could write a book of its own, couldn't it?
Yeah, it really could. And one of the funny stories is when the Hawkeye women played the game when they had, 21,000, 24,000, I don't know how many 20-some thousand people.
An NCAA record at the time.
Yeah, they were standing all around here. Christine Grant took great pride in breaking that record there for her. So it's had many great moments in here. There've been great concerts that have in here. A ton of Hawkeye basketball camp, both men and women come through here, and it's really an important piece on the campus of the University of Iowa.
One of my favorite events here that night was the Hayden Fry. Well, it turned into a roast. Zabel was emceeing. They came from all over the country to talk about Hayden and what a great man, what a great coach, what a great family man he was at the time as he wound down his career here at Iowa.
And you got to remember all the graduations that are held in here. Yeah,
still.
I remember sitting here in May of 1983, graduated, see you later, and sitting there with my best friend now, Blaine Worley. And they're sitting right next to each other right out here as we're awaiting our name to be called to collect our diplomas.
One of the one of the ironies, I feel, was that the first women's game played in here, Iowa and Northern Iowa, the first points ever scored at Carver Hawkeye Arena were by
Lisa Bluter playing for the Panthers.
UNI Panthers. Lisa throwing one in. Yeah. And the first point scored by a male basketball player, our own Bobby Hansen. So how about that? And they both have gone on to wonderful careers, both Bobby and Lisa. So there you have it. What an appropriate Hawkeye historical winning moment. Victories all the way around, courtesy of Riverside Casino and Golf. Happy New Year from the Keel family and their wonderful staff down the road just 20 minutes south of Iowa City at Riverside Casino and Golf. Home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, a luxury hotel and spa, 5 restaurants, and much, much more. Just minutes south of Iowa City. Coming up next, we'll look at the U.S. Bank scoreboard. Other games tonight going on in the Big Ten and around the country. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Criminal charge or complicated family law situation? Carr Law Firm has the trial experts you need. As experienced trial attorneys, we understand how much is on the line. Go to carlawiowa.com for a free consultation. That's Carr with 2 R's, lawiowa.com.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 degrees. Lennox, 72 degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
Are you trying to make your bread go further? We have the recipe. Move your car loan to Community Choice and make no payments for up to 3 months. That's right, up to 3 months of no car payments. Go to unbankyourbread.com today and get started in just 60 seconds. Did we mention there's no cost to move your loan? Up to 3 months of no car payments and no cost to move. That's making your bread go further. Community Choice. Unusual? No, it's unbanking. Visit unbankyourbread.com. Loan subject to credit approval and analysis. See credit union for details.
The Hawkeyes know a successful season demands a powerhouse team with a can-do attitude. So does Case IH. We're committed to developing the most powerful, productive, and reliable equipment. From tillage, planting, and harvesting to hay and forage, Case IH equipment makes every shot count and wins. Check out a leading lineup by visiting your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawks!
What's better than bread? More bread. Put more bread in your wallet when you move your car loan to Community Choice and make no car payments for 3 months. Just 60 seconds to get started. Go to unbankyourbread.com. Loan subject credit approval and analysis.
Welcome back to Iowa City and Carver Hawkeye Arena. University of Iowa junior forward Chris Murray was named to the John Wooden Award mid-season top 25 today by the Los Angeles Athletic Club. A poll of national college basketball experts are the voters, and it's based really strictly on performance, on-court performance. 25 student athletes now includes Chris Murray. Keegan Murray was a finalist last year. Luka Garza was the recipient of the John R. Wooden Award in 2021, was a finalist in 2020. Jared Utoff was a semifinalist in 2016. Bobby, we've had a glitzy list of Hawkeye basketball stars who have been on that Wooden list for the last 5-6 years.
Yeah, you really have. That's some great individual players here for the Hawkeyes. You went to Utah, to Garza, to Keegan, and now to Chris. And Chris with that 32-point performance at Penn State. He was phenomenal. And he looked like the Chris Murray of old. He was smooth. He was playing with confidence. He was knocking down three-point shots, going to the basket, and rebounding the ball. So we need more out of that Wooden-type performance out of Chris here tonight.
Hopefully he is at the top of our highlights for the U.S. Bank scoreboards this evening. Speaking of U.S. Bank, they've been focused on serving the people and businesses in Iowa and all across the country since 1863. U.S. Bank. Stop by your local branch or log on today. U.S. Bank with locations all across Iowa and the Midwest. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. They bring you every scoreboard update. There is action in the Big Ten that started a little while ago. Rutgers, playing as well as anybody right now in the league, has a 58-44 lead on Maryland with 4.5 minutes to go in the game. That's out in Piscataway. Hawks will be out there on Sunday. Tell you what, the Scarlet Knights and Steve Peichel, Coach Peichel, has done such a great job. They will D you up.
Yeah, it's all about defense with those guys there, and they're veteran as well. Caleb McConnell, Paul Mulcahy, Cliff Omarui, and McGowan. They're all locked in defensively. They don't play a lot of guys either, Gary. They might play 8 deep, maybe go 9. And I was looking at a little bit of their information this afternoon. The sold out. They sell out that Jersey Mike's Arena for every home game.
The Rack and Jersey Mike's Arena. What's it seat? About 10?
Probably.
10, 11,000, something. It is a cozy nest for Rutgers, and we'll see them on Sunday out in New Jersey. Now, number 1 Purdue, who lost at the buzzer to Rutgers on Monday night, is at Ohio State. The Boilermakers hold on to a 49-46 lead on Ohio State. The Buckeyes ranked 24th with 13 minutes to go in that game in Columbus at the Schottenstein Value City Arena. We'll keep you posted there. The Hawkeye women rated 16th, travel to number 14 Michigan this Saturday. That's a 3:30 tip-off here on the Hawkeye Radio Network with Rob Brooks and Jamie K.V. Lang on the call. The Hawkeye Wrestlers host Illinois. Big Ten opener here, 7 o'clock Friday night at Carver Hawkeye Arena. That duel, hopefully you can come, but that duel can be heard likewise on KXIC Radio, our affiliate here in Iowa City, and the official YouTube channel of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Stephen Grace and Mark Ironside will bring you all of the action, all of the pins, all of the takedowns. Back to basketball, top 25 action tonight. There's one game started. Number 2 ranked Houston with Kelvin Sampson at the controls, the head coach, well out in front of SMU in the second half, 55-29. Later, it's USC and UCLA, 2 future Big Ten universities. USC travels to 10th ranked UCLA out in LA. Also later tonight, 5th ranked Arizona hosts Washington, and number 9 Gonzaga travels to San Francisco. That is the U.S. Bank scoreboard update, right up to date. Hawkeye basketball is sponsored by State Farm with surprisingly great rates. State Farm is the real deal. You can get personalized service from your local agent or use the State Farm mobile app when you're on the go. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Up next, we'll hear from longtime Indiana play-by-play broadcaster Don Fisher, celebrating his 50th year behind the microphone this season. Don has been to 3 national championship games himself. Bobby and I hope we get to do that someday. But Don has the scouting report on his Hoosiers. When we return, he's brought to you courtesy of Grizzly Coolers. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Join WMT's 27th Alaska in August. Begin with a 7-night land tour into the heart of Alaska. Then a 7-night cruise through the Inside Passage. Visit Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited website, duagency.com for a brochure. The Hawkeyes know a successful season demands a powerhouse team with a can-do attitude. So does Case IH. We're committed to developing the most powerful, productive, and reliable equipment. From tillage, planting, and harvesting to hay and forage, Case IH equipment makes every shot count and wins. Check out a leading lineup by visiting your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawks!
Oh, you know that old injury of yours? The one in your knee or maybe back? Instead of going to the doctor and then doing physical therapy, why not start with therapy first? Athletico Physical Therapy is changing the whole healing process around. Their physical therapists will find the source of your pain and help fix it. Start with them and start living pain-free. Just like that.
It all starts with Athletico Physical Therapy. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com. No prescription needed. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
When you set up a savings goal with U.S. Bank, it grows with you. There's no limit to what you can crochet. Can do. Doesn't have to be crocheting, but it totally could be. Like the headphones you're listening to this ad with, you could totally crochet those. There's no telling where your savings goal will take you. Maybe you'll save enough for yarn to crochet your house or the whole town. Oh, right. Doesn't have to be crochet related.
Set up savings goals on the U.S. Bank mobile app, even for the wildest of dreams. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Draft Day Sports Lounge is the ultimate place to watch the game, have some fun, and show off your golfing skills with Top Golf Swing Suite. Top Golf Swing Suite in Draft Day delivers a one-of-a-kind simulation that's fun for golfers and non-golfers alike. Pair that with Draft Day's live sports viewing, local craft beers, and delicious menu, and you have a winning pair. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Top Golf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Time to visit with the Indiana bench. Tonight is play-by-play voice Don Fisher of the Hoosiers. He's brought to you by Grizzly Coolers. Shop now for Iowa Hawkeye Grizzly Coolers and drinkware at local retailers and online at grizzlycoolers.com. Grizzly Coolers, bear tough for hunting, fishing, and camping, and built to last for a lifetime of tailgating. Don Fisher, the longtime play-by-play voice of the Indiana Hoosiers basketball and football, joins us for a little scouting report. 50 years you've been at this, and how many national championship games? 5?
3.
Oh, 3.
We've won 5, but I've only been a part of 3 of them. I wasn't here in 40 or 53.
Well, you carry your age really well, Fish. Tell us about, Iowa's got a shortened roster. Indiana's had one, too.
Yeah, Xavier Johnson is now out for a significant amount of time. He had foot surgery after the Kansas ball game. Obviously, he's not going to be back probably at least until the 1st of February, if then. So it's going to be a question mark for a while for this ball club. But thank goodness they recruited a point guard in addition to him, and they were playing together in the backcourt. Jalen Hood-Schifino has done a really nice job there. He's played 2 games without X now, so we'll see how it all plays out here in Big Ten play. But it's going to be a challenge. And then Trace Jackson-Davis missed the last 2 ball games with a back problem. So we've been beat up a little bit.
Yeah, and it's early in the Big Ten season, but a lot of time left to make hay. Miller Kopp, we've watched him for a couple of years in a purple uniform over in Evanston. Boy, has he been a nice addition to the Hoosiers.
Well, he struggled last year. He really had problems. I mean, he had one really great ball game. He shot like 28 against Syracuse in a double overtime. But other than that, he was not a big factor last year. And he started every ball game. That's the other thing. But he has started every game this year again. This year he's knocking it down at almost a 50% rate from 3. He has really improved his shooting, and he's having the best year he's ever had in college basketball.
I'd ask you what you see in this game tonight, and I want you to comment on it, but the Hoosiers haven't played in almost 2 weeks. What's that all about?
Well, apparently the schedule, whoever made out the schedule screwed it up, because obviously nobody likes the fact that they've had 2 weeks without a ball game, 13 days literally. And obviously I think the rust is going to have to be shed quickly tonight, because we know that this Iowa team is really hungry in this ball game. But it's been practice time that's been allotted to Mike Woodson to work out some issues, because they didn't play anywhere near up to expectations against Arizona or Kansas.
Fish, thanks for your time, buddy.
You bet. Thanks, Larry. Appreciate it.
Don Fisher, the voice of the Indiana Hoosiers. Thanks to Don Fisher, sponsored by Grizzly Coolers. Iowa, Indiana coming up shortly. Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. Homewood Suites and Home 2 Suites by Hilton, each offering guest spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country. In a minute, we'll hear from Hawkeye head coach Fran McCaffrey. He's sponsored by John Deere. It's Iowa and the Hoosiers tonight from Carver. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Business insurance become one size fits all. At EMC Insurance Companies, we've known for more than 100 years that businesses have unique needs. It's why from coast to coast, we provide insurance packages that are designed and tailored specifically for nearly 500 different types of businesses. Add our expert loss control and quick claim services, and you can see why customers count on EMC to help protect what they've built. Find an EMC agent near you at emcins.com.
Hawk fans, stop in and visit Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. It's within walking distance to Extreme Arena, home of the Iowa Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as some great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of the Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey radio show. Come find your place at Hyatt Regency, where we care for people so they can be their best.
U.S. Cellular has always believed that connection is the greatest gift of all. That's why we're offering one line for $29.99 a month with unlimited data. That's right, one line, unlimited data for just $29.99 a month per line. Even just one line. Because the only way to make the greatest gift of all even greater is not having to add more lines than you need to get it. Visit us in-store or online to get one line for $29.99 a month with unlimited data today. U.S. Cellular. Locally grown connection. Limited time offer. Terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
Having an emergency fund can help you cover an unexpected expense, like cleaning up and rebuilding after a bad storm. At DePaco Credit Union, we've got the right tools and resources to get you on your feet. We want our members to feel the comfort that a life emergency won't become a financial emergency. DePaco cares about your financial well-being. And when our members love life, it makes a brighter community for all. DePaco can help you. Be well. Learn more at depaco.com/bewell. Federally insured by NCUA.
MedFarm has a new name. It's Bud and Mary's, a tribute to the founders of their third-generation family business, Bud and Mary. Family-owned, family-operated right here in Iowa. Bud and Mary's was founded through plant science and medical cannabis research that delivers high-quality products that are approved by the Iowa Department of Public Health and tested at the University of Iowa. Explore brands including Batch, Alleviar, and Become. Visit budmary.com.
Mullet's, home of the best breakfast in Des Moines, is a proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Locally owned, Mullet's Fun Riverside Bar and Grill is famous for their own special Bloody Mary mix and serving up a delicious full menu for breakfast and lunch. And this local treasure is expanding with franchise opportunities available. From dine-in to private parties to catering, you too can enjoy Mullet's, celebrating all things about the hairstyle that's business in the front and party in the back.
Welcome back to the EMC Insurance Pregame Show. Time now to hear from Iowa basketball coach Fran McCaffrey, sponsored by your Iowa John Deere dealers, including KC Nielsen in Esterville. Fran, it took a lot of courage for Patrick and the McCaffrey family to publicly come out and talk about his anxiety issues and that he'll be sidelined for a period. Nobody knows for sure, but he's already talking about wanting to get back out there as soon as he can.
Yeah, Dolph, you know, I agree with you. I think it took a tremendous amount of courage. I'm really proud of him. You know, I know he's going to be back at some point. You know, but what was interesting, he really doesn't want people to say he's courageous or brave. And his reason for that is it insinuates that those that don't speak up aren't brave or courageous, and that's not the case, you know, and he feels for those that are going through the same type of anxiety issues that he's dealing with. So, you know, hopefully, you know, it will help others just realize they're not alone.
What does it do to your rotation tonight? Who starts in his place? And talk about the bench strength.
Yeah, obviously Connor starts. Peyton will play a lot. Josh Dix, DeSante Bowen, you know, those guys will be rotating. It probably moves Riley Mulvey into the mix with Joshua Gundele out, especially because they're big. You know, they have three bigs, so we might have to get Riley in there some minutes as well.
Fran, what part of that second half at Penn State was most encouraging in your view?
I think we just kept coming. You know, you don't typically, you know, get it all back at once, even if you're pressing and you get a bunch of turnovers in a row. It's going to be gradual. And I thought our offensive execution for the most part was good. Obviously, it wasn't good on the last play, but, you know, I thought we drove it. I thought we moved it. We got to the glass. We got to the free throw line. And we were able to chip away at what was a fairly substantial lead. So doing that on the road, I think, gives us a lot of confidence moving forward.
Chris Murray played all 40 minutes, 32 points today, named to the Wooden Top 25 list for Player of the Year. He's doing everything you thought he could.
Yeah, I'm proud of him. You know, he just came back from an injury, too. You know, you forget that. But I think that was kind of the purpose behind it. Shut him down. He might have been able to play through that, and now he's a shadow of himself, and it doesn't really benefit the team. I wanted him to come back when he was comfortable and he was ready, and he felt like he could play the way he played the other night. That was an incredibly dominating performance. And I think the other thing that he does not get recognized for is he's a good defender. Tonight with Connor and Chris as our forwards, as two really good defensive players at that position, and Philip, of course, playing great as well.
And all hands on deck, another talented Indiana team. Trace Jackson-Davis has been slowed by nagging injuries, but everything starts with him, doesn't it?
It does, and he shut it down for a little bit, so he should be at full strength tonight. I don't think Johnson's playing, but he's a handful if he does. They've got a lot of other good players, but, I think it starts, as you pointed out, Dolph, with Trace and also Race Thompson. Those two together have been together for a while now. They're veteran guys. They're big, strong, physical athletes. They have tremendous chemistry with each other, high-low, passing to each other out of the double team, and also getting to the glass.
And go figure that the former Northwestern Wildcat, Miller Kopp, would be off to a great start through a couple Big Ten games, averaging 17 points.
Yeah, he's had some really special games, where he's made multiple threes. You would expect that. I mean, he's essentially been a 5-year starter in our league, playing with a great deal of confidence.
Fran, let's conclude with the 40th anniversary of Carver Hawkeye Arena. The Carver family out of Muscatine stepped up to the plate for Lute Olson 40 years ago, and Lute really had it going here, and it's become known as one of the great college basketball arenas anywhere.
Yeah, we're very thankful to the Carver family, very synonymous with big-time college basketball in this state, and we're just very thankful. We've had a couple of renovations, probably headed for one more. But this is a very special place. Lute's vision, of course, as you know, Dolph, was a pit atmosphere, and that's what we have. And we're just excited to take the floor every game.
Coach, good luck tonight. Thanks so much.
Appreciate it, Dolph.
Our pregame chat with Iowa coach Fran McCaffrey has been sponsored by KC Nielsen, your premier John Deere dealer with 11 locations in northern Iowa. They offer parts, sales, and service on John Deere large ag equipment, lawn and garden, and commercial worksite products. KC Nielsen Limited has been family-owned and operated since 1946. Learn more at kcnielsen.com. Coming up next, Bobby Hansen has the Club Car Wash. Keys to a Hawkeye victory over Indiana tonight. Big Ten basketball from Iowa City. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
What they want is the silver lining, and they want a promise kept. When something really bad happens, that's when, you absolutely present a West Bend versus maybe another carrier.
An independent insurance agent describes the silver lining.
What I'd want you to know about West Bend is that you have a partner, and you have a partner that cares, that's built on strong values, and in the event that something does happen, you have a promise that will be kept.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
Running a business is a lot of work. Luckily, I've got a great partner.
Oh, I thank you.
I meant U.S. Bank.
I knew that.
U.S. Bank Business Essentials is a huge help to us.
Totally. Their comprehensive point-of-sale system does it all. Tracks inventory, manages schedules, customizes orders.
Plus all the regular banking stuff.
If only it could make coffee.
Nah, that's your job.
From point of sale to quick loans, we have many ways to make your business boom. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender member FDIC.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Iowa Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Bobby Hansen here for the Better Business Bureau. Ever have one of those awkward moments when a business disappointed you, got ripped off, didn't get what you expected? The Better Business Bureau can help you avoid these uncomfortable situations. BBB accredited businesses are honest, ethical, and reviewed annually by the BBB. Don't experience another awkward moment with a bad business. Trust the ones that operate with integrity. Look for the BBB seal. It's the sign of a better business. Find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
The Hawkeyes know a successful season demands a powerhouse team with a can-do attitude. So does Case IH. We're committed to developing the most powerful, productive, and reliable equipment. From tillage, planting, and harvesting to hay and forage, Case IH equipment makes every shot count and wins. Check out a leading lineup by visiting your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawks!
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
Hawkeye basketball from Carver, Hawkeye Arena. Happy 40th birthday, Carver, tonight, January 5th, 1983. Now fast forward 40 years. Bobby Hansen was a player then, and he's an analyst now and one of the best in the business. He's got great insight as he brings you now his Club Car Wash keys to the game. Brought to you by the official car wash of the Iowa Hawkeyes, Club Car Wash. Keeping your vehicle or vehicles clean this winter. Get all that salt and grime off with unlimited memberships starting at just $20 a month. There's no better time to join the club. Visit clubcarwash.com and find a location nearest you. All right, without Patrick McCaffrey and his 13.5 points and 5 rebounds a game. Where do the Hawks turn, Robert?
Yeah, and my number one key is right that, Gary. Contributions from everybody. All hands on deck, as you mentioned. The rotation shrunk down now with Patrick unavailable. So if Coach McCaffrey calls your number, you're sitting there on the bench. You got to be ready. You got to be locked into the scouting report. You got to be locked into that game plan. It's time to rally around this team, rally around each other, and leave nothing on the floor here tonight. You leave it all out there, Gary. You got to have maximum effort and energy from everybody. And I anticipate a really good start to the Hawkeyes start of this game here tonight. You're going to have energy in the building, going to have a nice crowd, but everybody sitting on that bench, be ready to go and give it your all. The second key is how do you handle Race Thompson and Trace Jackson Davis? They're going to be a heavy load inside, no doubt about it. Philip Abracha, Chris Murray have got to stay out of foul trouble. Connor McCaffrey is going to be asked to guard a bigger guy in there, so you got to be smart. You got to know when those double teams might come, where they're coming from on Trace Jackson Davis, and the rotations on the backside of that, Gary, have to be quick and they got to be perfect. You can't leave somebody open, and you got to know where old Race Thompson is. He gets a ton of extra possessions for Indiana as he crashes the offensive glass. So Race Thompson, Trace Jackson Davis, second key in this in victory. You got to contain those guys. And the third key is going to be Chris Murray. Huge game last year when Keegan got in foul trouble. A career high 29 points, 11 rebounds for Chris. So he'll be a marked man tonight, I guarantee you. Other Hawks are going to need to step up, take some of that scoring pressure off of Chris. Make shots when you're open, man. You can't be missing these 15-footers wide open. And from the three-point line, I think 10's a reasonable number for the Hawkeyes. You make 10 threes tonight, it might be what you need to get the victory. And if Chris gets hot, you got to keep finding him. Right now he's playing with tremendous amount of confidence. So I'd find Chris Murray early, see how they're going to defend.
I was talking with a Hawk fan today. I reminded him, fifth-year senior Philip Abracha, he's taken his game to another level this year. Tony Perkins has been solid more often than not. You've got Aaron Eulis has flashed at times. Who's the X factor tonight? Peyton Sanford? Is it Josh Dix coming off the bench? Two sharpshooters who were legends in Iowa high school basketball. Connor McCaffrey's been steady Eddie for a number of years, so they've got the components, if not the short bench, to compete with the Hoosiers.
They certainly do, and who knows how deep that bench will go tonight for Coach McCaffrey, but I'm not worried about any of those 8 guys that you mentioned. Desante Bowen, Peyton Sanford, Josh Dix off the bench. Connor's going to give you maximum effort. We just need somebody to step up and be a shot maker.
Yeah, Connor moves to the small forward in place of taller younger brother Patrick. Those are Bobby's Club Car Wash keys to the game. Hey, no cancer is routine. If you've been diagnosed with cancer, you want to be sure your diagnosis is accurate and that you have the most up-to-date treatment plan. Before you begin your cancer treatment, you owe it to yourself and your loved ones to get a second opinion, to be sure you get the personalized care your diagnosis requires. The Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center is ready to quickly provide you with an expert second opinion solution that will ensure you get the right care for your unique cancer. It's as easy as making an appointment. The Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Visit uihc.org/cancer to learn more. Up next are the Mid-American Energy starting lineups, the Hawkeyes and the Hoosiers. We'll also bring you the Shields colors of the game. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Club of Iowa, designed by golf legend Arnold Palmer. TCI is his only signature course in the state. TCI is a public course that offers a challenging yet enticing experience for golfers of all levels and is now managed by Kaler Golf. Cap off your round with breathtaking views and a delicious meal at the Copper Oak Restaurant. Looking for a unique setting for your wedding, party, or outing? Look no further than TCI. Visit tcofiowa.com to book your tee time today.
Get to the point. 0.99% APR, that is. Open your new home equity line of credit with Community Choice and get a 0.99% APR introductory rate for your first 6 months. Oh, did we point this out? You won't pay closing costs. Get started online in less than 60 seconds from the comfort of your couch. Go to unbankwithus.com. With skyrocketing inflation, there's no point in waiting. Get to the point today. Community Choice. Unusual? Nah, it's unbanking. Loan subject to credit approval and analysis. See credit union for details.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 degrees. Lennox, 72 degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Put your personal touch on your next new construction or renovation project with Windsor Windows and Doors. With made in the USA quality, Windsor Windows and Doors are built to last. To learn more about what we have to offer, stop into Gilchrist Jewett at one of our 6 locations in Iowa.
Iowa, Indiana, starting in about 15 or 20 minutes here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Thanks for joining us this evening for Big Ten basketball from Iowa City. Starting lineups are sponsored by Mid-American Energy. No matter what type or size business you own, Mid-American Energy can help you save energy and add to the bottom line. Mid-American Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service. The Hoosiers with second-year head coach Mike Woodson, the former Hoosier great, come into Iowa City at 10-3, 1-1 in Big Ten play. They have not played since December 23rd. That's 2 weeks tomorrow.
Yeah.
That is really unusual.
Hopefully they're rusty coming out.
Really rusty.
And not
a
too
rust
rested. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they've had, I was talking to some of the Indiana folks, and they have had most of that 2 weeks to work on things in the gym. You know Mike Woodson well. He's a gym rat. That's why he's such a great player. And they've been working on everything at both ends of the floor, defense and offense. And that's what you do. You know what's coming, and there's no games for 2 weeks. Let's work up a sweat practicing.
Yeah, I had an opportunity to arrest Trace Jackson Davis in the 2 games prior to this. The one versus Elon and Billy Taylor. They won 96-72, and then on December 23rd, the game you mentioned, the last one, knocked off Kennesaw State there 69-55, and they did not play their big star there. So he's got a little bit of a back issue, which a lot of players have, obviously. But to your point, Gary, it's all about defense. Defense, they're holding opponents to 65 points per game, holding them below 40% shooting. So see what happens tonight.
All starts with Trace Jackson Davis, the 6'9", 245-pound junior from Greenwood, Indiana, redshirt junior. They thought he was going to leave after last season for the NBA, and he decided to come back, averaging 16 points, 8 rebounds, 3 assists. He's shooting 63% from the field. Now, what's that translate into? He hangs out around the rim big time. Also, at a forward, Race Thompson, 6'8", redshirt senior from Plymouth, Minnesota, putting up 8.6 boards a game. Race is the son of the former Gopher great running back Darrell Thompson, who does the color for Mike Grimm and the Minnesota Golden Gopher Radio Network. Trey Galloway at a guard. Check, we got a lineup change. Tamar Bates, who is usually first off the bench, but he's been playing so well. He's inserted into the starting lineup tonight. 6'5" sophomore from IMG Academy in Kansas City. That way, therefore, Trey Galloway, the 6'4" sophomore from Carver, Indiana, McDonald's All-American, he will come off the bench. DeMar Bates averaging 9 points, a couple rebounds, and 3 assists. Miller Kopp at a forward post position. 6'8" senior from Houston, Texas, a former Northwestern Wildcat, off to a great start in Big Ten play, averaging 17 points on the season. He's putting up 10 points and a couple rebounds, shooting 50% from the field, and he's been perfect at the foul line. And at a guard, Jalen Hood-Schifino, the freshman flash from Pittsburgh, the 5-star from Monteverde Academy, averaging 11 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists. How about those numbers for a true freshman? For the Iowa Hawkeyes, head coach Fran McCaffrey in his 13th season. Hawks are 8-3, 0-3 in conference play. Hawks are, both these teams are two of the top scoring teams in the league, both at 80+ per game. Indiana gives up 5 fewer points than the Hawkeyes do, at least to this point. Filip Rebraca will start at a forward. The 6'9", 230-pound fifth-year senior from Serbia is putting up 13 points, 8 rebounds a game, shooting 61% from the field. Also at a forward, Connor McCaffrey, 6'6", 215-pound senior from Iowa City West. Connor's at 8 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists. He will start in place of Patrick McCaffrey. Tony Perkins at a guard, 6'4" junior from Indianapolis, 11 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists. Aaron Eulis at a guard, 6'3" junior from Marian Catholic in Chicago. Aaron at 7 points, couple rebounds, and 3 assists. Now I'm looking at Josh Dix. Is that right?
Well,
that
Chris
can't be
Murray
right.
out
Where's
of it.
Chris Murray?
Be right.
Yeah. Josh Dix at our official lineup. Isn't that official? They have Josh Dix in the starting lineup. Okay.
Now there's Chris Murray. They've just changed it. Yeah. It scared us.
Somebody playing a little April Fool's joke on
What
us.
in the world?
A little early for April Fool's, but yeah, Chris Murray. Now we love Josh Dix. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
But I'm guessing Fran's going to start Chris Murray against Indiana, and as well he should. Chris is averaging a little over 20 points in Big Ten play. 10 rebounds a game. He's averaging a double-double with a couple of assists. Chris Murray with the start at forward. His second start back after, actually third start back after missing 4 games with that foot injury. So it's great to see him play like he did the other day. 32 points at Penn State. Let's hope he can follow that up tonight. Those are the Mid-American Energy starting lineups, courtesy of Mid-American Energy. Obsessively, relentlessly at your service. Mid-American. Time now for the Shields colors of the game presented by Shields. The Hawks are wearing the home gold with the white and black trim. Indiana will be wearing the candy apple red with the crimson and cream trim. Make sure you check out Shields for all your Hawkeye gear. Shields right there with you in Sioux City, Cedar Falls, Iowa City, and Des Moines. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification before we break and come back with the start of tonight's game. 10-second ID break on the Hawkeye Radio Network. You're listening to Hawkeye Basketball. Great radio stations like WMT in Cedar Rapids, AM 600 on the dial, WHO, AM 1040 in Des Moines, our flagships, along with KXIC in Iowa City, WOC in the Quad Cities, in the Omaha Council Bluffs area. You're covered by KOBM 1420 AM and KOBM 106.5 FM. And down in Keokuk, about as far southeast Iowa as you can get. Hello to those listening in on WCEZ 93.9 FM in Keokuk. Special hello to American Legion Post 41, Bill Bass and the crew. Down in Keokuk, Bill helps keep up the Keokuk National Military Veteran Cemetery. was built or commissioned right after the Civil War. Over 6,000 grave sites in the Keokuk National Cemetery. Gigantic obelisk monument to the unknown soldier erected in 1912. 22.5 acres. I bring that up, Robert, because I'm such a history buff anyway, but it's on the National Register of Historic Places. I've been there several times. Keokuk, what a beautiful Iowa city on the river. It was big in the Civil War for its medical hospitals and plants, because the main travel then, other than train, was the Mississippi River, especially on the Western Front.
That's crazy. I've been down there, no doubt about it, Gary, with business down there, and I always kind of taken aback a little bit. That's where the Mormons crossed the Mississippi River right there, and playing out in Utah
Trail of
for
Tears.
7 years, where they were forced out of there and moved on out to Salt Lake City, but the crossing was right there in Keokuk.
Whenever I get to Keokuk, I get up top of the bluff top and say hi to Chief Keokuk, the great Sauk Native American overlooking the Mississippi River in the R-A-N-D Rand Park. Lots of great scenic parks. Why not on the river bluffs, atop the river bluffs in Keokuk and Lee County. Ryan Bowen is Fort Madison.
Yes.
Matter of fact, native. Okay. So, okay, there's my Chamber of Commerce plug for the city of Keokuk this spring when you get out and about. We're coming back with the Hawks and the Hoosiers next on the Hawkeye Radio Network. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
In America, the future belongs to everyone. So we designed the Ford trucks of the future for everyone. Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 45 years straight. Made for performance and capability on and off-road. Because the trucks of the future aren't designed for a few. They're built for America. Ford F-Series. Drive one today. Based on 1977 to 2021 calendar year total sales.
Draft Day Sports Lounge is the ultimate place to watch the game, have some fun, and show off your golfing skills with Top Golf Swing Suite. Top Golf Swing Suite in Draft Day delivers a one-of-a-kind simulation that's fun for golfers and non-golfers alike. Pair that with Draft Day's live sports viewing, local craft beers, and delicious menu, and you have a winning pair. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Top Golf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Iowa Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
If you thought starting a business took courage, imagine starting over after a fire, damaging storms, or a cyber attack. When disaster strikes, business owners count on EMC for fast, experienced claim service. Our countrywide network of local offices ensures we're always ready to answer the call, investigate every claim, explain what's covered, and process payments as quickly as possible. Count on getting back to business when you count on EMC.
When you buy your own health insurance, you deserve a doctor who's your biggest champion and coverage you can be confident in. And with new Wellmark health insurance plans featuring Unity Point Health, that's what you can expect. These plans help you build a relationship with your Unity Point Health primary care providers and network partners, starting with free preventive and virtual care, plus low copays for primary care with a doctor who always has your back. Connect with an agent to help you enroll at wellmark.com/UPH.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, Hawkeye basketball is brought to you by Bud Light. It's for the fans. Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, just minutes south of Iowa City. Hyatt Regency, caring for people so they can be their best. And by Ford, inviting you to visit your local Ford store or buyfordnow.com. It's game time.
Steal off the 1-2-2 and a dunk by Chris Murray.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Now let's join Gary Dolphin for the Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield first half.
Both teams back out on the floor. The Buckeyes are trailing Purdue. We just got a score update. Top-ranked Purdue 71, Ohio State 69 in Columbus with just under 10 seconds to go. Somebody's burning a timeout. Here are the Hoosiers and the Hawkeyes are back out on the floor as we get ready for Thursday night Big Ten basketball. Sponsored by Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Attention Hawk fans who buy your own health insurance. Wellmark is on your side and on the health insurance marketplace. Let's give it up for plans you can afford. Check out wellmark.com/hoops to compare plans. Rutgers has won. Rutgers defeated Maryland 64-50. Game that just concluded a few minutes ago. The Scarlet Knights are 3-1, Bobby.
They are playing well. That's a veteran basketball team, and when they're at home, they're tough, but they're tough on the road too. Went down to Purdue and Mackey Arena there and knocked off the Boilermakers last Monday.
How about that? Buzzer beaters 2 years in a row for Rutgers to defeat the Purdue Boilermakers. And both times Purdue was ranked number 1. Well, the Boilermakers bounce back. They get a big road win at Ohio State, 71-69. Rutgers 64, Maryland 50. And Iowa, Indiana will be it for the Big Ten tonight. Of course, there's lots of big games coming up this weekend, including the Hawkeye Radio Network will be at Rutgers on Sunday. The officials tonight, by the way, referee is Paul Selk. The umpires are Larry Scarato and Courtney Green. Big Ten veteran crew. Let's enjoy our national anthem now here from Iowa City.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Great job by Zach Wagner on our national anthem. We'll have the introductions officially for both starting lineups, and then we'll be underway. While we have a moment, happy 95th birthday today. I'm sure he's tuned in down in the desert. Good buddy of ours, Bobby, former longtime Major League Baseball player, longtime basketball and football official around eastern Iowa. Bob Oldus, who lives down in Phoenix now. Bobby turned 95, grew up in Iowa City, City High, and played on the 1960, member of the 1960 Pittsburgh Pirates World Championship team. And what is that? What's the significance there? That's the famous walk-off home run in Game 7 by Bill Mazeroski. that beat the vaunted Yankees, Mickey Mantle and Roger Maris and Yogi Berra. And the Yankees were heavily favored. The Pirates, small town Pittsburgh, got them to Game 7, and Bill Mazeroski hit the walk-off. Bob Oldest was, I believe he was a backup catcher.
Backup catcher? Yeah, Donnie Franz, thank you for giving us some information on that today on the birthday of Bob Oldest. But the only catcher to ever throw the great Maury Wills out twice.
I didn't know that one. That one got by me. Bob Oldest, and he used to sit right behind us here at Hawkeye basketball games. He'd come down and wrap me in the back of the head. One of the great basketball officials, high school basketball officials, he and Bones Farnsworth, I remember those guys. If you weren't there on time when they tipped off, the game might be over by the time you get the car parked. Perfect. They didn't call anything. And coaches love that. Let them play. Now, Kirk Ferentz, as you know, Bobby, is a Pittsburgh native. He grew up a huge Pirate fan. But one of his coaching heroes, one of the gentlemen that inspired him to be a college football coach or a coach at any level, was the great Pittsburgh Steelers head coach Chuck Noll, who was born on this date in 1932. So Chuck's 91 Chuck would be today. Chuck Noll, was it 5 Super Bowl titles?
One for the thumb.
Absolutely. That phenomenal group of from Bradshaw to Franco Harris to Mean Joe Green,
Lambert Greenwood.
Oh my goodness. Jack Lambert, Jack Ham, Andy Russell, that great linebacker, Mel Blunt, that headhunting
Rocky Blyer.
Saved Rocky Blyer. Rocky Blyer had a great line on Chuck Noll. He's the only person I know who bought a plane before he learned how to fly. I think his point was Noll had confidence that he could outcoach and his team could beat you, and they did.
Played hard, man, and that was some of my favorite teams growing up. Them along with the Kansas City Chiefs.
Well, of course, number 14.
14.
Eddie Podolak. You know, that was back in when the AFC reigned in pro football, and in particular, other than the Steelers, the AFC West, the Chiefs, the Raiders, the Chargers with Dan Fouts, and in the East it was usually Bob Greasy in Miami, or Bradshaw and the Steelers. You know, Namath had his moments with the Jets. The one great year in '69, but boy, what memories. So happy birthday to Bob Oldest and to the great Chuck Noll, born on this date in 1932. We're set to go. Back to Big Ten basketball in the here and now.
About ready. Yeah, it's been a long day here for everybody, waiting to get this thing tipped off. We're finally ready to go here, right on schedule.
Well, let's give
it should be
Carver a 40th birthday present, shall we? Indiana, crimson and cream trim on those candy apple red uniforms. Hawkeye basketball is sponsored by our friends at Mid-American Energy. Need to recycle old working refrigerators and deep freezers? Visit MidAmericanEnergy.com for details, plus energy-saving tips. Patrick McCaffrey is here, wearing a sweatsuit at the end of the bench. Well, you know he's going to be here for his teammates.
Absolutely. Good to see him.
We'll talk about Patrick as the night goes on, as he's relegated to a cheerleader with his anxiety health issues that he is addressing right now and will going forward. Hopefully he's back sooner than later. Chris Murray will jump against Trace Jackson Davis. Jackson Davis at 6'9". Boy, he looks bigger than that, doesn't he? Standing next to Chris, who's 6'8".
Yeah, he looks like he should be in the NBA.
He will be next year. Rabracha, Perkins, Connor McCaffrey, and Aaron Eulis complete the Iowa lineup. Selk throws it up in the air. Indiana controls the opening tip. We're underway in Iowa City. Thanks for joining us on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Schifino to Thompson. Right wing feed. Kopp. Cross court feed into the near corner. It comes now inside to Trace Jackson Davis, up and in. It was Trace Jackson Davis. And a foul called. So we got terrific ball movement in the half court by Indiana to start the game, and they're going to be looking for the big guy every trip down, Bobby.
Yeah, Philip Rabracha is trying to do a good job of fronting him, but as soon as he fronts him, he just reverses his course and comes over here to the other low block and picks up the 3-point play right there, and the foul was committed on Connor.
So the and one puts Indiana up 3-0. Trace Jackson Davis gets the Hoosiers off and running. See if the Hawks can respond. Chris Murray's guarded by Race Thompson. Here's Perkins, who swings a pass right wing to Connor McCaffrey. Now back to Tony, top of the circle. Right wing dish for Ulis. He gets inside. Nice handoff and a dunk by Rebraca. Great penetration and a dish by Aaron Ulis.
That's what you need out of Aaron Ulis, is constantly attack, get into the paint, and make something happen. That time an easy drop-off. Philip Rebraca, the first basket for the Hawkeyes.
There's Hood Schifino, bounces for Miller Kopp. Now baseline left for Race Thompson. He just muscles in on Chris Murray and hits the jump hook. So Indiana's 2 for its first 2 plus a free throw. And they lead the Hawkeyes 5-2. Chris Murray played about as good a defense as you can.
Yeah, you just got to make him spin, go the other way.
Now a turnover on the Hawkeyes. Ulis pass thrown behind the head of Rebraca. Phillip was not looking. Turnover on the Hawkeyes. And Indiana comes right back with the basketball, leading 5-2. Schifino, a freshman. Big kid at 6'6", 215.
Reminds me of Jalen Suggs, a kid at Gonzaga, was a 5th pick of the draft.
Tamar Bates getting a start tonight. Here's a backdoor catch by Trace Jackson. 10 to shoot for the Hoosiers. He throws it back out top. Now Tamar Bates, lefty, pull-up jumper, no good. I got Trace Jackson over the back, but no call. Tony Perkins walled him off. Tony quickly into the front court, all the way to the free throw line. Step back jumper, no good. Rebounded long by Bates. He leads the charge the other way. Bates down the left side of the key. Throws back to the trailer. Long jump shot is good by Schifino. And that's a 3. Indiana 8, Iowa 2. 2 minutes gone, opening period. Indiana bodying up man-to-man. Here's a shot fake, a drive-in by Chris Murray, and he lays it in high off the glass. Trace Jackson came from the opposite side, the weak side, to try and block that shot. Chris flipped it up there high off the window.
Yeah, nice job by Chris that time of knowing where the defense was coming from, and still got the shot to drop. Keep going to Chris.
8-4, and another 3 is good by Schifino. Hawks backed off him, and he reined it in from deep in the right wing. Back-to-back 3s by the freshman. And he averages 11 points. He's halfway there. 11-4, Indiana. And another turnover on the Hawkeyes as Rebraca threw it wide of a curl cut by Aaron Ulis. Turnovers 2 for Iowa, none for Indiana. The Hoosiers taking advantage.
Got to clean that up moving forward right there. Those were unforced turnovers, 2 in a row.
Here's Miller Kopp. Left side for Tamar Bates, 6'5" sophomore from Kansas City. Now Schifino. Trace Jackson Davis backs in on Rebraca. And a traveling violation called on the Indiana center. Forward. Really good defense, post-up defense by Rebraca there.
He held his own, held his ground right there. Got a little help from Chris Murray and Tony Perkins digging back to force that travel on Trace Jackson Davis.
3 minutes gone, 17:02 to play in the first half. Iowa on the short end of an 11-4 score. Here's Perkins driving in hard right at Race Thompson. The ball comes loose. He misses the shot. Back comes Indiana, and a foul called on the Hoosiers. Contact called. Nothing called at one end, and the slightest contact at the other. 2 free throws coming for Trace Jackson Davis. Tony Perkins took it right at Race Thompson. Looked like a lot of contact as he went up. They were chest bumping, and no whistle.
Yeah, I agree with you right there. I mean, we're at the other end of the court there, but when Tony goes hard, he's putting his body on you when he gets to the basket, and nothing on the block shot. Out comes Indiana, and Schifino with the 2 free throws.
Yeah, not Jackson Davis, but Schifino. This flashy freshman phenom misses the first one. 72% from the foul line. 16:50 to play in the first half. Just settling in here. The Hawks a little icy at the start, plus 2 turnovers. Second free throw is good by Schifino. He's got 7 to lead Indiana. 12-4 Hoosiers. You get Chris Murray involved in the offense. Thompson's taking him on. Here's Rebraca for Perkins. Perkins, a bounce pass, almost caught up to by Miller Kopp, but Connor McCaffrey beat him to it. Left of the lane, it goes inside to Rebraca. Jump hook, in and out, no good. Curled around the rim and came off. One and done. Here come the Hoosiers on the run. Schifino around a screen, throws right side for Kopp. Now down low for Jackson Davis. To Bates. Out top for Schifino. He gets around Connor McCaffrey. Misses the shot. Out of control. Thompson gets the rebound. Step back jumper's good. That's what he does.
Yeah, he cleans the offensive glass for Indiana. He's the junkyard dog. He's the guy that's getting the loose change, and up 10 now.
Indiana lead is 14-4. Tony Perkins with a three-point try that's way off the mark. Right of the iron. Thompson brings it back down for Indiana. Keeping the pressure on there. Transitioning into the front court. Hawks catch up. Jackson Davis to Schifino. Looked like he got away with a step there. Just thought about pulling up for a jump shot. Here's an indoor pass and a dunk by Trace Jackson Davis, and Indiana's roared out to a 12-point lead at 16-4. 15:37 to play first half. It's all Hoosiers to this point. Up 12 at 16-4. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
When you set up a savings goal with U.S. Bank, it grows with you. There's no limit to what you can crochet. Can do. Doesn't have to be crocheting, but it totally could be. Like the headphones you're listening to this ad with, you could totally crochet those. There's no telling where your savings goal will take you. Maybe you'll save enough for yarn to crochet your house or the whole town. Oh, right. Doesn't have to be crochet related.
Set up savings goals on the U.S. Bank mobile app, even for the wildest of dreams. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender. Member FDIC.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
In America, the future belongs to everyone. So we designed the Ford trucks of the future for everyone. Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 45 years straight. Made for performance and capability on and off-road. Because the trucks of the future aren't designed for a few. They're built for America. Ford F-Series. Drive one today. Based on 1977 to 2021 calendar year total sales.
Hawkeye basketball tonight from Iowa City, brought to you by Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield and by Iowa Corn. When corn grows, fuel, Iowans win. Ethanol, it's a renewable fuel that's better for our environment, our health, and our wallets. Share your winning moments using hashtag Iowans win, and you could win even more from Iowa Corn. Indiana's running on Iowa Corn jet fuel, Bobby, in the first 4 minutes, leading the Hawkeyes by 12.
16-4, and it's been a 13-2 run over the last 3.5 minutes, 8-0 run over the last 2 minutes. They are shooting a high percentage, 6 out of 8, 75% are the Hoosiers, and they getting all the missed shots by the Hawkeyes, leading the rebounding battle 5-1. So Hawks come out a little bit flat, kind of settle in here and start knocking down some outside shots.
Yeah, got to make shots. I mean, Iowa not as big as these Hoosiers, especially with Patrick McCaffrey out now for a week or two minimum. Chris Murray has had some nice drives inside. Rebraca got robbed on a shot that should have gone down and didn't from in the paint with a little jump hook. Tony Perkins missed a three. It's been difficult finding good shots.
Difficult finding shots. They hang their hat on defense, Gary. That is their calling card right there. And right now, holding the Hawkeyes to just 2 out of 6 to start the game. 33%, 0 for 1 from 3.
Indiana 6 of 8. And Schifino, boy, is he reminds me of Jalen Suggs.
A lot.
Big, tough kid, 6'6", freshman.
Good ball handler.
Guess scorer. He'll be a first-round draft pick, huh? Lottery pick in a year or two. All right, the Hawks need to score. They got the ball. Run a little three-man weave out top. Ulis from Perkins to Connor McCaffrey. Ulis, a stop-and-go move, gets into the lane, finds an open teammate in the corner, and the three is short by Tony Perkins, rebounded by Miller Kopp. Tony will never have a more open look from three. Just didn't finish it. Indiana gets another stop. Iowa 2 for 9. Jackson Davis hands off to Schifino. Right back to Jackson Davis and a dunk. Phillip went for the double team and left Jackson Davis wide open, free lane to the basket. Schifino got him the ball. Now a turnover. Ulis pass is deflected away. Schifino into the front court. No look pass and a dunk by Race Thompson. My goodness. Peyton Sanford up off the bench. It's 20-4. Here's a block shot on Chris Murray. I think Kopp may have gotten that one. Hoosiers are running the other way. They're keeping the pressure on. Schifino, right wing for Kopp. Right back inside they go for Jackson Davis. He's looking for an open teammate. He's doubled. Here's a great pass inside. A score by Race Thompson and an and one coming. What a feed by Schifino. Is he something?
They're putting on a clinic right here, and Schifino's playing at a high level. He has always got his head up. He's always looking to make a pass or looking to score. And Race Thompson, the recipient of that one right there, he's already got 8 points and a free throw to come.
This crowd is sitting here stunned. 22-4, Indiana. Race Thompson toes the line for the and one. Hawks have had no answer inside for Race Thompson and Trace Jackson Davis. And of course, Jalen Hood Schifino, 6'6", is finding the open man. Free throw's good. 23-8 or 23-4. Peyton Sanford tries to get 3 back and does. Boy, how refreshing is that?
Real refreshing right there to see Peyton square up without hesitation and knock down the 3.
23-7. Hopefully that's one of 10 in a row for Sanford. The Hawks could use that kind of spark from the wing. Here's Race Thompson. Now they got to get a stop. Peyton Sanford trying to guard the big guy at 6'8", 230. Here's Schifino, a crossover dribble double team. Freshman finds a teammate in Bates. 5 to shoot. Bates forces up a left-handed jumper and hits it. Chris Murray right in his face. Hit the 3. Now Murray comes back. Thought about a 3 and then throws it away. Kopp with a steal. Has Connor McCaffrey to beat. Lays it up and in. Another turnover by the Hawkeyes. They are really overplaying the passing lanes on the wing.
They're really into Chris Murray too, and not giving him any open looks. Got to find a way to free up Chris.
28-7, Indiana. They run in 4 straight after Sanford hits a 3. Now Peyton hits a long 2 inside the circle. About 18 feet away. 28-9. Hawks showing some signs of at least heating up. Sanford off the bench is giving him 2 big baskets. Here's Bates in the corner on the wing. A long jump shot in and out. No good by Schifino. Hawks get a rare rebound in Rebraca. Sanford pushes tempo down the floor to Connor McCaffrey. All the way to the basket. Off the glass and in. Hawks respond with back-to-back hoops. 28-11. Fran McCaffrey animated. Timeout Indiana. Fran McCaffrey is trying to fire up his guys. Looks like Brad Underwood last night over at Northwestern.
Well, he sees his guys are a little bit lifeless right now. He's just kind of walking around here, making a basket. He needs to get some fire and get after him defensively and get on the boards.
Fran just threw another log on the fire. In fact, he threw a truckload of wood on the fire. He's got him fired up now. Iowa trailing 28-11 with 12:42 to go in the first half, but showing signs of life in the offensive end. You don't need countless insurance companies. You need one insurance company you can count on, and that's EMC Insurance Companies. Find your agent at emcins.com. And Hawkeye basketball is sponsored by U.S. Cellular, bringing locally grown connections all season long with any phone free for new and current customers. That's right, any phone for free, courtesy of U.S. Cellular. Indiana sends in reserves Malik Renew. He's only 6'9", 235.
They got some big dudes, man.
They do. Trey Galloway, who was penciled in as a starter tonight, and then Bates replaced him in the lineup. Here's a drive in by Renew, and he walked. Renew's out of Miami, Florida, another freshman, part of that heralded recruiting class by Mike Woodson in Indiana. So the Hawks get a rare Indiana turnover. That's just the second on the Hoosiers. Now turn it into points.
Yeah, you got to keep chipping away here. You find yourself down 17 early in this game. Still plenty of time to go, but got to start finding ways to score and find your man, Chris Murray.
28-11, Indiana. 12:20 to play first half. Hawks looking for Chris Murray. He's covered up. Now there's a baseline drive by Sanford. Up and in. Peyton brought his guns with him tonight. A 3, and now back-to-back 2s by Sanford. Hawks are down 28-13. Oh, wait, what do we got here now?
Technical.
Courtney Green is a technical foul on Fran McCaffrey.
Not sure. I didn't see it. I was right.
Well, the action was at the other end of the floor. And we were looking down there, and Fran McCaffrey was completely down along the baseline. When I heard the whistle, I turned, and he was going after Courtney Green. Well, you know, he's a coach, but he's also a dad.
Oh, yeah, it all builds up, man.
And a lot of pressure is built up with Patrick's situation. And a technical foul is called on Fran McCaffrey. I don't know if he said something or if he was out on the floor, or I think they called him for being out on the floor. So Kopp hits the first free throw. He hasn't missed all year. Makes them both. Ooh, Hawks did not need that. 30-13 Indiana. And the Hoosiers get the basketball, too. Fran has given it to Paul Selk. Fran and Courtney Green have had a little bit of a history over the years. Courtney hears everything. So we play on. 12:09 to go. First half. A lot of time here in the first half for the Hawks to get back in it. Down by 17. Here's Renew, high post left, throws to Galloway on the wing. Hawks are in a zone. Here's Kopp right side. Top of the key right side for Jordan Geronimo. Now to Renew. He's in there for Trace Jackson Davis. Double team, has it ripped away, and a jump ball called. Good job. Connor McCaffrey dropping down. He grabbed it. The Hawks will have the basketball.
Really good job by the Hawks. After, you know, the fiery little episode right there, the Hawks come out with some defensive energy, come up with a jump ball. It'll be Hawkeye basketball when we come back.
Timeout on the floor with quick, hot savings from Quickstar. You'll find hot deals throughout the store. Check out the savings on produce, Nature's Touch dairy products, and so much more. Quickstar's got your savings covered. Let's see if cooler heads can prevail through the timeout here. 11:47 to play first half. It's Indiana 30, the Hawkeyes 13. Iowa ball when play resumes. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Emergency fund can help you cover an unexpected expense, like cleaning up and rebuilding after a bad storm. At DePaco Credit Union, we've got the right tools and resources to get you on your feet. We want our members to feel the comfort that a life emergency won't become a financial emergency. DePaco cares about your financial well-being. When our members love life, it makes a brighter community for all. DePaco can help you. Be well. Learn more at depaco.com/bewell. Federally insured by NCUA.
Businesses like yours count on EMC insurance companies for protection with the standard coverage they need. But EMC agents go further, tailoring coverages with the specialized products and services every unique company requires, including yours. EMC has insurance solutions for nearly 500 types of businesses. So whatever your specialty is, count on EMC to protect it. Visit emcins.com to find your local agent.
The holidays are for making memories, and Honda can help you make them. Whether it's hauling presents in a capable Ridgeline, going sledding in an adventurous Pilot, or traveling in a rugged Passport or CR-V. Make memories during Happy Honda Days. Buy online, reserve from select dealers, or visit your local Honda dealer.
New Hondas are arriving daily at your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
See dealer for financing details.
Hawks are heating up thanks to Peyton Sanford's performance off the bench with 7 points. Indiana still leads by 17, though, as we welcome you back to Hawkeye basketball at Carver, courtesy of Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Peyton certainly giving them a spark.
Really good job by Peyton coming in 3 out of 3. Knocked down that first one was a long-range 3, I believe. And then he got going, got a little putback, and then got another one inside there. So 7 points to lead the Hawkeyes. Chris Murray's only taken 2 shots. Got to find a way to free him up. He's being hounded by Indiana. Miller Kopp is the man most of the time on him. Tony Perkins 0 for 4. Hasn't been able to free up yet. Did Connor a good drive to the basket, but the Hawks starting to play with a little more rhythm. But got to play some defense, Gary. 30 points. You haven't even played barely 8 minutes. That translates to a lot of points here. So you got to start getting some stops.
The concerning thing is, you mentioned Chris Murray. The way they're denying him, he's not even touching the ball.
Yeah, got to set some screens for him or post him up, get him down low, and got these referees thinking now a little bit and look for him to post Chris and get a foul.
Connor McCaffrey from Tony Perkins as we get back to action. 11:40 to play in the first half. Hawks can get a score here. They're back to within 15. Rebraca shoved out top of the circle. Now Chris Murray for Connor McCaffrey. Top of the post. Right side to Chris left wing. And he's held as he took the young freshman Renew off the dribble drive. Just the first foul called on Indiana. The Hawks have whistled for 4. Side out for the Hawks. 20 on the shot clock. McCaffrey will inbound. Does so to Philip Rebraca. Philip looking for an outlet. Takes the dribble down the right side of the lane. Turns and scores off the glass. Nice little pop-up jump hook. Schooled the young freshman there.
Took him right to the basket and turned over his left shoulder to get his second basket of the half. He's got 4.
Tamar Bates into the front court for Trey Galloway. Heralded high school player out of Culver, Indiana. A couple years back. Had some injuries. Here's a jump shot. A foul called on Peyton Sanford. Slapping down on the Hoosiers' Jordan Geronimo. 6'6", 225 sophomore from Newark, New Jersey. Got a lot of 6'6", 6'7" guys that go 220, 230. They're always looking to play at Indiana and other blue bloods. 70% free thrower is Geronimo. He misses the first one. One more coming for Jordan. Indiana has led the entire way, and now here come the horses back in. Race Thompson, Trace Jackson Davis. Thompson is still out. Renew leads. Indiana's not scored in the last 2.5 minutes. Second free throw, missed that one. Comes off long, and Indiana maintains possession. Now it's ripped away by the Hawkeyes and taken away by Peyton Sanford. Good job, Hawks. Scraping the ball loose. Perkins with it. Got to get Tony going. Schifino is back in the game and guarding him. Indiana man-to-man. Here's Peyton. He's got 3 field goals. Rebraca pounding, driving inside. Falls down as he let the shot go. Jackson Davis brings it back for Indiana. Missed jumper by Rebraca. Schifino with a 3 in transition and good. Well, he's been the difference.
He has, right from the get-go. He's got 10 points to lead Indiana. That's 3 3-point field goals for Jalen Hood Schifino.
Hoosiers have led by as many as 21. They lead by 18. 33-15. Hawks need to match that 3 right here. Perkins for Sanford. Long 3. In and out. No good. Rebraca kept the ball alive, but Kopp beat him to it. Indiana basketball. Schiff around a screen. No look pass. Great no look pass and a score inside. Wow, is this kid special? Easy layup for Jordan Geronimo. But Schifino doing all the work. Here's Tony Perkins from Murray. 35-15. Even 20-point lead for Indiana. Connor McCaffrey tries a 3. It's good. Connor's answered in clutch moment after clutch moment all year.
All year long. He has that's 5 points now for Connor. That one without hesitation from 23 feet left wing.
9:30 to play in the half. 35-18 Indiana. Oh, that 3-point goal can get you back in it real quick. Galloway along the sideline. Now inside it goes. Back out front to Galloway. Left wing Schifino. Shot fake. Drives inside. Threw it away. That's one no-look pass too many. Hawks try to turn the turnover into a basket and do it the other end, plus a free throw for Tony Perkins.
Great job by Tony Perkins. Wasn't going to be stopped on that one, Gary. He just put his head down and went hard with the right hand. Had 22 on him. Geronimo knew he could beat him with his quickness and did. Gets the N1 opportunity coming. Nice job, Tony Perkins.
Geronimo picks up his first foul, just a second team foul on Indiana. But that's okay. If you're scoring points off fouls, Perkins with the and 1 can bring the Hawks to within 14 and does. It was a 21-point Indiana lead. It's now 14. Perkins gets a breather, and DeSante Bowen, the freshman from Boston, into the game for the Hawkeyes.
See if DeSante can get going downhill there and get this fast break ignited.
Schifino across the timeline, chased by DeSante Bowen. Drives a one-arm pass to Galloway. Chris Murray picks him up. Here's Bates, high post right to Jackson Davis, and he's bumped into by Philip Rebraca. That'll be a blocking foul on Rebraca. Iowa's 6th team foul, and still 8:54 to play in the half. So the Hawks have to be careful here. Bates will inbound right of the goal underneath. And lobs it into the paint to Jackson Davis. He misses the runner. Put back no good. Put back again. Blocked away. Rebraca with a big block down on Geronimo. Hawkeyes get the ball. Back they come. Chris Murray. Connor McCaffrey. 4-3. No good off the right of the iron. Kept alive by Peyton Sanford. Up and in by Chris Murray. Johnny on the spot. Chris Murray. Maybe that gets him going. 35-23. Indiana's lead is 12. Near steal by the Hawkeye pressure. Indiana gets it into the half court. Schifino says, here's my stop sign. Let's get the half court crowd back into it, Bobby.
Yeah, crowd really helping out the Hawkeyes here right now. They realize that they need a little energy burst.
Bates inside it goes to Jackson Davis. He walked. That's easy. Thank you, crowd.
Yeah, got a little rattled there. Did the senior All-American Trace Jackson Davis.
8:13 to play, first half. It'll be Iowa basketball off the 5th Indiana turnover. 35-23. It's an 8-0 Iowa run. A basket here.
Minute 30, 8-0 run.
Yeah, that's even better. Still 8 minutes to play first half. Josh Dix is going to come in and see if he can find his shooting iron right away. Chris Murray for 3. Good. Back-to-back baskets for Murray. 35-26. It's a 9-point Indiana lead.
It's been the Hawkeye defense, though, that has ignited this offense and got this crowd back into it. They're playing hard now.
Race Thompson drives it hard right of the lane. Wild pass run down by Bates near the timeline. 10 to shoot. Race Thompson's going to muscle in on Peyton Sanford. Throws opposite side of the court to Galloway. He drives inside. A hook pass shot. Stripped away. Jackson Davis had it taken away. Bowen back the other way. He's run into, finds an open teammate, Chris Murray for 3. No good. Rebounded by Rebraca. Tipped out. Saved from going out of bounds by Bowen. Here's Peyton Sanford. Long 3. No good. Short off the front of the rim. That one would have brought Carver down had it gone in.
Yeah, it would.
Iowa's got Indiana out of sync here defensively, Bobby.
They certainly do. Then Hawks starting to get physical.
Jackson Davis misses the shot from left of the lane. Went up over the top of Rebraca. Terrific position defense by Rebraca. Here's a pass to Phillip down low from Connor McCaffrey. He drives in on Trace Jackson Davis. Misses the running jump hook. Good looking shot. And he was right in the front doorstep, but it didn't go down. 35-26. Iowa's deficit is 9. 6.5 to play in the period. First half. Jackson Davis, he's a little gassed out there. Starts to drive in on Rebraca. Backs to the baseline. Muscles up, and this one goes in. Flipped it up off the iron and down through. Not to be denied. Jackson Davis with 9 here in the first half. And Indiana ends the Iowa run at 11-0. Here's Bowen. Chris Murray fouled as he drives to the basket from the right wing. Nice pass. Desante Bowen caught Chris in stride. Just the 3rd team foul on Indiana. It'll be Iowa basketball when play resumes, with Indiana leading 37-26. Still 6:10 to play first half. Hawkeye basketball is sponsored by Bud and Mary's. Get a medical cannabis card in Iowa. It's as easy as talking to your doctors. Join thousands of Iowans using medical cannabis today. Search budmary.com and learn more. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/Iowans win.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of MidAmerican Energy.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect. that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Iowa basketball.
Welcome back to Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield's coverage of Hawkeye basketball. Iowa down 21 early in the game to a hot shooting Indiana team who hadn't played in almost 2 weeks. So much for the rust, huh? But the Hawks scrapped back and now got to within 9. They trail it by 11 at the moment, 37-26 with 6:10 to go in the first half. Gary Dolphin, Bobby Hansen, our engineer producer is Corey Sheets. And Bobby, I took a big deep breath during that timeout. I feel a heck of a lot better now than I did 25 minutes ago.
Absolutely. Points in the paint, still 20-14 for Indiana, but you're getting contribution for some guys now. Connor with the three-pointer got it going. Peyton obviously got with 3 out of 3 for a while, but you found Chris Murray. Chris has got it cooking now, so I'd keep going back to the hot hand, and that is number 24, Chris Murray. But you got to keep the defensive pressure on them, Gary. They're going to turn the basketball over. That's 6 turnovers now for Indiana. Points off turnovers. The Hawkeyes 10, Indiana 4.
Fran McCaffrey told us the other night on his Hawk Talk program how fabulous this freshman Jalen Schifino is. He came in tonight averaging 11 points. He's got 3 3-point goals. They've got him under control for the moment. Hopefully it stays that way. As Iowa has the basketball. Bowen, Riley Mulvey's on the floor. He catches the inbound pass to Chris Murray. Now to Bowen, who's running the point. Another freshman, Josh Dix, in the game. This is a young Iowa team on the floor right now, but some of the guys have to have a breather. Peyton Sanford turns the ball over, has it stripped, and now a foul called on Peyton. That on the switch, Jalen Schifino reached in and just pried it away, and that puts Indiana in the 1-1 for the remaining 5:55 of the first half. Connor McCaffrey will come out for Peyton Sanford. That's too bad. That's his second foul, and he's the hottest Hawkeye on the floor right now with 7 points, so he has to come out for the rest of the half, and Schifino will be at the line. This is some kind of freshman. Hawkeyes are led by Sanford and Chris Murray, each with 7 points. Schifino now has 11 as he makes the front end of the 1-1. 38-26 Indiana. Race Thompson is back in the game. Second free throw no good by Schifino. Race Thompson and Trace Jackson Davis patrolling the middle for the Hoosiers. Here's Bowen. Throws to the center of the floor, and Mulvey. Now Chris Murray. He's taken on by Jackson Davis. Shot fake by Josh Dix. Gets the ball back in the middle of the floor to Desante Bowen. Here's Connor. McCaffrey drives in on Galloway, and he's fouled on the floor. That'll be 14 fouls on Indiana's. Galloway bumped Connor McCaffrey off stride. 5:32 to play first half. 38-26 Indiana.
What you're going to have to keep doing, Gary, is keep putting the pressure on that Indiana defense. Put the ball on the floor and drive it.
Here's Bowen. Pass fake. Gets it into Murray. He's open for 3. No good. A little long. Rebounded by Indiana. Ripped away by Dix. Reverse layup. Good by Desante Bowen. I don't know how Dix found him. What a great job by Josh getting the ball away from Trace Jackson Davis.
Great hustle that time by the Hawks. Not giving up on the play.
Now Riley Mulvey almost comes up with a steal. Galloway inside gets a layup. Once they went for the steal and missed on Race Thompson, Thompson found Galloway cutting to the basket in that full court press, and he had an easy layup. 40-28 Indiana. Bowen, a pop-up jumper, no good. A foul called on Indiana, though, as Riley Mulvey is ridden out of the lane by Race Thompson. Good job, Mulvey.
Really good job by Riley of getting in there and making something happen, Gary. That's all you can ask. Just mix it up in there, try to create a little chaos. Riley going after the offensive board. Picks up the first foul. Jalen Hood, Schifino.
That's Schifino's first foul. There's the inbounds feed to Dix, and he walked with it. Double teamed on Josh by Kopp and Schifino. Schifino's involved everywhere.
He is. He's a ball hawk. Plays under control.
An extreme talent. 5-star coming in out of Pittsburgh. Now Dix comes out of the game after the 6th Iowa turnover of the first half. Connor McCaffrey is back in along with Philip Rebracha. Chris Murray, Desante Bowen, and Tony Perkins re-enters. Here's Schifino. There's a 10-second violation. 10-second violation. Shot clock violation. Or not shot clock, but a 10-second violation on Indiana. Great defense by the Hawks. You know, Dix was at the point of that press earlier. Now it's Chris Murray.
Yeah, the little 1-2-2 put on him, and they went back and forth too many times, and easy call to make right there. They still had the ball in the backcourt with clock at 20.
Yeah, once Schifino slammed on the brakes on the other side of the timeline, it was all over. 7 turnovers on Indiana. 4:40 to play first half. Hawks down 12. They need a score. Tony Perkins stumbles to the floor. Race Thompson got underneath him and was injured. Here's a shot up, no good. Rebound, Chris Murray up and in. Race Thompson is injured. Mike Woodson is really upset. Tony Perkins stumbled with the dribble as he was going down. Race Thompson, Tony was falling to the floor. Race Thompson got underneath him. Tony fell awkwardly into Race Thompson as he was going to the floor, or Race was angled into by Perkins.
That right leg is what Race is holding on to.
Let's hope he's okay. He's been often injured in his career. He is a big man at 6'8". His head's hanging now. Tim Garl, the outstanding longtime trainer of the Hoosiers, is out there with him along with the doctor, the team doctor. Hawkeye basketball is sponsored by Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light. Stay tuned for our halftime show, brought to you by Bud Light. Hawkeye fans, Bud Light is delighted to have you back in Carver Hawkeye Arena this year. Bud Light is for the fans. Now with 4:27 to go, first half, they're going to step out, take a full timeout. As we tell you about Wimmers at the game or at home, Wimmers premium quality hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork, and you get the best tasting hot dog. Wimmers, the official hot dog of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Well, Race Thompson hurting.
The right leg, right knee.
He's distraught right now. He's putting very little pressure on the right leg or right knee as he's being escorted help to the locker room by a couple teammates. Patrick McCaffrey gives him a little pat on the backside. We'll step out. Iowa trailing Indiana by 10, 40-30 with still 4:27 to go first half. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Basketball on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. Formerly Med Farm, Bud & Mary's is the same locally grown, family-owned and operated company, providing the largest selection of cannabis and full THC products in Iowa.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Hey burger lovers, this is Jill from the Burger Shed. Have you tried one of our signature handcrafted burgers? You gotta try a fan favorite, the Shed Burger. It comes with in-house smoked brisket, pepper jack cheese, and the Shed's barbecue sauce. For all of our pork lovers out there, you gotta get your hands on the Apocalypse Now Burger, which comes with a pork patty topped with hand-pulled smoked pork, pepper jack cheese, and bacon jam. Burger Shed. Burgers, beers, and a bunch of BS. Bass Pro Drive and Altoona.
Join WMT's 27th Alaska in August. Begin with a 7-night land tour into the heart of Alaska. Then a 7-night cruise through the Inside Passage. Visit Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited website, duagency.com for a brochure.
Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield welcomes you back to Hawkeye basketball. They've helped Race Thompson to the locker room. Looks like some type of a knee or lower extremity injury with the right leg. We'll keep you posted on that. Bobby, what'd you see when they were
it looked like they were massaging the inside, your medial collateral ligament area, the inside of the knee. Like a
MCL.
Fell on the outside of the knee, forces it in, and he was in a lot of pain. He was tears running down his face and very frustrated.
His mom is an Iowa native, married, of course, to Dad, Darrell Thompson, a great football player at Minnesota, and with the Green Bay Packers. Kid's got great bloodlines and a great family, so we wish Race all the best. He's a big part of their attack, especially inside, Bobby.
I'll tell you what, it's a big loss here. Not to go it the other way, but a chance for the Hawkeyes here to make some hay, maybe a little bit on the board. You don't have to worry about Race Thompson over there climbing over your back.
Rebounds are 13-11 Indiana, so the Hawks have scratched back there. Iowa shooting 46%, Indiana 68%, 15 of 22 with 4 threes. Hawks have 3 threes on 13 of 28. Schifino will have more of a role. He finds an open teammate, and a three-point goal by Geronimo is good deep in the left wing. 43-30. Indiana back up 13. That was all Schifino, though, weaving through heavy traffic, finding the open teammate.
Yeah, once he got through the 1-2-2, a little dribble penetration, the kick out to Geronimo, who I don't look at as a three-point shooter, but he made one.
He's got 5 points. 4 minutes to play in the half. Indiana back up 13. Here's Chris Murray, who's got 9 to lead Iowa. To Tony Perkins. Rebraca has been held in check offensively anyway. Connor McCaffrey has the ball ISO'd. Left baseline, works his way into the paint. Scoop shot up and good. Beautiful move by Connor as he attacked. Took the defender Kopp in deep. Miller Kopp. That's 6'6", driving it in on 6'8", 6'9". 43-32. Indiana's lead is 11 with 3.5 to go till the break. Here's Geronimo, high post left. Hops into the paint on Tony Perkins. Step back jumper, no good. Wouldn't have counted anyway. They get Geronimo for throwing the shoulder into Tony. Tony enticed him to do that, wouldn't give ground, and took the chest bump.
Held his ground right there, and Geronimo, you see him put his head down, his shoulder down, bump Tony off his defensive path, and that's another turnover on Indiana, turnover number 8.
Hawkeyes with a score here can get it under double digits, 43-32. Wicked screen set by Rebraca, and then Perkins has the shot blocked from behind by Trace Jackson-Davis. Here comes Indiana running the other way. Galloway from Schifino. Wraparound pass intended for Trace Jackson-Davis. Knocked away, stolen away by Murray. Here come the Hawks blazing to the other end. Another block shot. This time Bowen had it blocked away, and we'll have a jump ball. And it'll be Indiana basketball. Back-to-back block shots.
That's what they do.
By Indiana. My goodness, what effort by Trace Jackson-Davis.
He had 9 blocks in a game against Kansas, Gary. So school record was 10, I was reading. But all these guys get up and block.
After Iowa turned Indiana over, the block shot, then the jump ball results in the Hoosiers gaining possession. Still 43-32. Both teams playing their hearts out in the defensive end. Now the Hawks in that 1-2-2 zone press. Indiana gets it across this time. Schifino, well, he can direct traffic. Doesn't look like a freshman. Here's a 3. No good. Clanged it up there off the back of the iron. A foul called on Iowa on the rebound attempt. Looks like Connor McCaffrey is going to get whistled. His second and the 1-and-1 for Indiana. Oh, that just stings when you get the missed shot and can't get the rebound. Jordan Geronimo the way he went after that ball. Leaping through the air, grabbed it, and was fouled. So Connor, that 2 on him? Yeah. So he has to come out of the game. Galloway checks out for Indiana. Geronimo, a 70% free thrower. Tamar Bates is back in for the Hoosiers as well. Free throws up and no good. Hawks catch a break, misses the front end of the bonus. Here comes Iowa racing into the front court. Tony Perkins, he's fouled from behind by Miller Kopp. And that puts Iowa in the bonus with 2:37 to play in the half. Now's your chance to make a difference, Hawk fans. Join the Swarm today and partner with the Iowa men's basketball program to serve charities throughout eastern Iowa. Learn more at iowaswarm.com. Tony at 66% from the foul line. He's much better than that, at least historically he has been. And up around the mid to high 80s last year. Makes the first. 43-33 Indiana. Great effort in this comeback.
Oh, absolutely it has been, Gary. I mean, they had 30 points at the 12-minute mark. They've only got 43 now, so for the last 9 minutes, they've held them to just 13 points.
Tony gets both to go. 43-34. Iowa back to within 9, but not for long. Trace Jackson Davis just worked the ball inside. Off the dribble, went up over the top of Rebraca and scored a jump shot. And on the after the ball went through the net, an Indiana player grabbed the ball,
Geronimo,
and tossed it. They had been warned, so that's a delay of game. That'll be a technical foul on Indiana. Fran McCaffrey had warned them about that. The officials, they know it. Mike Woodson can't believe the call. 45-34. Trace Jackson Davis basket puts Indiana back up 11, and now Trace Jackson Davis just trying to calm his teammates down. He's got 11. Schifino has 11. Tony Perkins will shoot the technical foul, and then Iowa gets the basketball. Still 2:27 to play in the half.
And that technical foul on Jordan Geronimo, that will count as a personal. That is his third.
Here's Tony's technical. Good. Just a one-shot technical. 45-35. All right, Chris Murray, how about a three right here?
Yeah. Get him going here. He hasn't scored in a while.
I think that'll get the crowd revved up. Indiana's going to pressure full court. So Dasante Bowen takes a trip back down the floor. Chris Murray will inbound. Dasante Bowen, Aaron Eulis, Chris Murray gets it into Bowen. Rebraca and Tony Perkins. So the Hawks are going with three guards. Murray and Rebraca. Bowen into the front court. Leaves it for Eulis. Left wing Perkins. Tony back to the center of the floor. Screened by Rebraca. Gets into the paint. Step back jumper. Good. A beautiful touch by Tony Perkins. High post right. It's an 8-point game. Steal by Eulis to Perkins. To the basket. Up and no good. He was going to dunk it. Rebounded by Iowa. And we're going to have a jump ball. And that means Iowa gets the basketball. Boy, what action here. Tony Perkins got up in the air, not sure whether he could dunk it or just set it in the basket. And I think it was a cross between the two. The ball came off high. Everybody mistimed their leap. Bowen came down with it. He was tied up. So the Hawks keep the basketball with a chance to get to within 6. And a minute 56 to play in the half.
Yeah, and playing with the limited roster here, too.
Here's Murray, shot up, blocked away, but right to Perkins. Tony backs in on Kopp. Out top for Eulis. 10 to shoot. 1:49 to play for the half. Perkins into the paint. Pushes a jumper up there. No good. Little off balance. And Jackson Davis clears for Indiana. Ooh, the Hawks had 3 looks at it. And couldn't ring the bell. The crowd appreciates the effort. 45-37 Indiana. Minute 30 to play till halftime. Here's a jump shot blocked in the lane. Put up there by Geronimo, blocked away. I think Perkins got it. Rebraca comes away with the ball. Hawks much better in the defensive end here the last 10 minutes. 1:15 to play for the half. 45-37. Eulis thought about a shot, gets it to Bowen on the wing. He's hacked by another freshman, Schifino. Dasante takes it to the baseline. Through the lane. Out to the wing with 5 to shoot. Eulis inside Rebraca with a great catch. A score! And a free throw coming. What a play by Rebraca with 6 to shoot. Eulis was stuck out on the wing, so Rebraca snuck in front of Schifino, and Eulis got him the ball for the reverse layup and the foul.
Yeah, that was a nice play right there. The Hawkeyes did not give up on the play. New shot clock was winding down. Rebraca bailed out his teammate, and Aaron Eulis with his head up found him. Phillip got good inside position, and the foul was committed by Schifino. Yep, his second.
He's going to have to come out. Rebraca's free throw is good. Oh, they can get Phillip going. He's got a half a dozen, make it 7 points. Look at this, 45-40 Indiana.
Yeah, how about that? That's a heck of a comeback by the Hawks. Never say die, Hawkeyes.
Down 21. They're going right inside to Jackson Davis. His shot is up. Good.
Hit the rim.
And they're going to wave the basket off. Not a shot.
As they should. No, he touched the rim, Gary.
Oh, I got it.
Yep.
Did it not go down through the...
It went in, but
well, okay.
Bad play by Indiana. They touched the rim.
Okay.
The rebound.
49.8 to go. Let's pause. The officials are talking about it. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye basketball. Well, they've reversed the original call of no basket and have called it now a 2-point goal and a free throw coming. So Indiana is back up 47-40. Fran McCaffrey is coming out of his skin. Larry Scarrato waved the basket off initially, and then after they huddled up and talked about it, Paul Selk talked him out of it.
I don't get it.
And the free throw's good, so it turns into a 3-point play. And now substitutions for Indiana. Iowa had already started down the floor, and Indiana blew the play, or the officials blew the play dead. Geronimo comes back in for the Hoosiers. 48-40, Indiana with the and one in the basket to Jackson Davis. So he's got 14 to lead everybody. Hawks work it down the court on pressure. Galloway on Tony Perkins. Tony, he shoved. Oh, man, they called a traveling violation. It looked like he got a shove from Galloway from behind, but not enough contact to warrant a foul. Tony was a little off balance, but it goes against Iowa. 7 turnovers on the Hawkeyes. So the Hawks faltering a little bit. They've used up a lot of energy to get back close, within 5 after being down 21. Now down 8. 34 seconds to play till half. They need a stop here and a score at the other end before half. 25 seconds in the game clock, 12 on the shot clock. Baseline left is Geronimo. Inside to Jackson Davis. Shot blocked away from behind by Bowen. Putback is good by Geronimo. Man, where'd this guy come from?
They're just big. They're just big bodies that hang around the rim and get the putbacks.
Indiana by 10. Can the Hawks chop it to 8 before the break? Oh, wild shot in the lane. No good by Ulis. Here's a throw at the buzzer, and it almost went in by Miller Kopp. Halftime, Indiana 50, Iowa 40. Back to Carver in just a minute. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Iowa Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
This has been the well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield first half on the Hawkeye Sports Network. From Learfield, Hawkeye basketball is brought to you by EMC Insurance. You've worked hard for it. Now count on EMC Insurance companies to protect it. U.S. Bank, proud to support Iowa basketball. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Authentic Brand, unique Hawkeye apparel at authentic-brand.com. Bud and Mary's, medical cannabis farmed and formulated in Iowa. And by Bud Light, it's for the fans. This is the Budweiser Halftime Report.
Gary Dolphin with Bobby Hansen, and what a first half. Iowa got down by as many as 21 to a hot shooting Indiana team. In particular, that flashy freshman Jalen Hood-Schifino hit 3 early threes. And Trace Jackson Davis and Race Thompson went to work inside. Jackson Davis with a first half of 14 points. Race Thompson had 9 points before injuring a knee late in the first half. He went to the locker room, hasn't been back, but their bench has been solid. Geronimo, Tamar Bates, Trey Galloway, they've all scored, and Indiana enjoys a 10-point lead at the half. Hawks got it to within 5, Bobby, at 45-40, and then a couple of weird sequences there. A goaltending was called on Indiana. They took the basket away, gave it back, and Jackson Davis got the and one, and then a Hawkeye missed shot led to an Indiana score, and they're up 10 here at the break, but feeling better about themselves are the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Yeah, they're battling, man. They are giving it everything they got. Everybody that's come in, we talked about, it's all hands on deck. We need contributions from everybody. Well, you got it. You got contribution from Peyton Sanford early. DeSante Bowen is playing his heart out in there. Riley Mulvey got in there and got an offensive rebound save for the Hawks to get her back. But within 10 here, the way this thing started, Gary, I feel good. I mean, it was 16-4. I'm looking at 20-4, 23-4, and the Hawks eventually the high water mark, but when Miller Kopp made a basket to make it 28-7, down 21. So you're within striking distance now, but you've got to have a good start here, the first 4-minute segment of the second half.
Hawks have been a second half team, down 18 at the break the other night at Penn State. And thankfully it's not 18 now, but it is 10. But the Hawks are in Carver. It's 50-40. Our halftime coverage is brought to you by Bud Light. Hawk fans, Bud Light proudly welcomes you back to Carver Hawkeye Arena this Big Ten season. Bud Light is for the fans. The Hawks will be here a week from tonight against the Michigan Wolverines. Call the Hawkeye ticket office at 1-800-IA-HAWKS. Log on to HawkeyeSports.com. And thanks to United Healthcare for teaming up with Hawkeye Athletics to celebrate small businesses across the state of Iowa. United Healthcare is a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Indiana by 10 at the half. We're back to check the individual numbers next, courtesy of Hy-Vee. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
U.S. Cellular has always believed that connection is the greatest gift of all. That's why we're offering any phone, any brand, any storage for free for everyone, new and current customers. Plus, our price protection guarantee means your rates won't go up. Because locally grown connection is the gift that keeps on giving. Visit us in-store or online to get any phone, any brand, any storage free today. U.S. Cellular, locally grown connection. Limited time offer, terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
Silver lining means you are backed by a policy and a company that is going to do everything they can to get you back whole to like you were before.
An independent insurance agent describes the silver lining.
But there's a promise there. You know, that word means we're going to answer our promise in the policy and get you back up and running if you're a business, or, you know, if you're home, we're going to get your home put back together as if nothing had happened.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
Facing a criminal charge or complicated family law situation? Regardless of the circumstances, Carr Law Firm has trial experts that understand how much is on the line. Your priorities are our priorities, and we will fight for the solution that best fits your needs. Our experienced trial attorneys will aggressively defend your rights in court and do everything they can to protect your future by fighting for you. Go to carlawiowa.com for a free consultation. That's Carr with 2 R's, lawiowa.com.
Do you want to play an integral part in helping the Hawks win championships? Now is your chance to make a difference. Join the Swarm today and partner with Iowa football and the Iowa men's and women's basketball programs to serve charities in eastern Iowa. Your tax-deductible Swarm donation will compensate our Iowa student athletes for working to further the missions of local charities such as the United Way, Big Brothers and Big Sisters, and more. Go to iowaswarm.com for more information and make Iowa athletics the place for our student athletes to experience the thrill of winning championships.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Halftime, Indiana 50, Iowa 40. Hawks down 10, but looking better. Iowa 16 of 37 in that first half with 3 threes. Hawks made all 5 of their free throws, shooting 43% from the field. Indiana was 19 for 29. Red hot, 65%. And 5 of 7 from distance. 3 of the 5 threes belong to Jalen Hood-Schifino, the flashy freshman guard. Indiana got to the foul line 12 times, made 7. Indiana's out-rebounded Iowa by 6 in that first half, 20-14. But the Hawks have one more offensive board, so that helps. Points in the paint, it's still Indiana by a slim margin, 28-24. Bench points are even at 9 apiece, and that's going to be a factor before this game's over. Iowa has 8 more points off turnovers. They turned the Hoosiers over 11 times in the first half. Our Hy-Vee halftime stat recap is sponsored by Hy-Vee. Score big savings. Shop online at HyVeeDeals.com. Iowa led in scoring by Chris Murray with 9. Philip Rebraca, Tony Perkins has 8. 7 points each for Connor McCaffrey, Peyton Sanford, and Philip Rebraca. Sanford was a spark for the Hawkeyes off the bench offensively. A basket for Bowen DeSante in the first half. Indiana has 14 from Trace Jackson Davis. He's already at his average. Jalen Hood-Schifino has 11 points and 7 assists. He is a special guard. Race Thompson had 9 points before he left with an injury. 7 for Jordan Geronimo. The Hawks turned it over 7 times in the first half. Indiana led by as many as 21. Hawks got back to within 5 at 45-40 and trail 50-40 at the half. That's our Hy-Vee halftime stat recap. How about the charity stripe review, courtesy of Latham Seeds? Hawks made all 5 of their free throw attempts. Indiana was 7 of 12. Thank you, Latham Seeds. The charity stripe recap, which benefits many charities throughout eastern Iowa. The Hawks have a diverse combination of talent, and at Latham High-Tech Seeds, you'll find the most diverse portfolio in the industry. Diversify for success at LathamSeeds.com. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy 1 free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
Have you heard about this new type of television experience from Epson? It's called the Epic Vision Ultra Laser Projection TV. It combines a new type of laser projection technology along with a unique Epson Silverflex screen to produce an epic 120-inch 4K Pro UHD picture that's up to 4 times bigger than a traditional 60-inch TV. There's no better way to watch live sports, and watching Iowa basketball play live on this big bright TV is simply awesome. If you're a sports fanatic like me, you need to check this new Epson TV out for yourself. Visit Epson.com/TV to learn more.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with 0 sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
U.S. Cellular has always believed that connection is the greatest gift of all. That's why we're offering one line for $29.99 a month with unlimited data. That's right, one line, unlimited data for just $29.99 a month per line. Even just one line. Because the only way to make the greatest gift of all even greater is not having to add more lines than you need to get it. Visit us in-store or online to get one line for $29.99 a month with unlimited data today. U.S. Cellular. Locally grown connection. Limited time offer. Terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
Halftime here in Iowa City, 40th anniversary of Carver Hawkeye Arena. And it's a good one. 50-40, Indiana by 10 over the Hawkeyes. Hawks have come back from 21 down, got to within 5, and trailed it by 10 at the break. Elsewhere on the U.S. Bank scoreboard, other finals in the Big Ten. Rutgers beat Maryland 64-50. Rutgers, the hot team in the league right now. Purdue rallied to beat Ohio State in Columbus 71-69. Number 2 Houston throttled SMU 87-53. That's the U.S. Bank scoreboard. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Basketball on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting a card is fast and easy with online doctors. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
The holidays are for making memories, and Honda can help you make them. Whether it's hauling presents in a capable Ridgeline, going sledding in an adventurous Pilot, or traveling in a rugged Passport or CR-V. Make memories during Happy Honda Days. Buy online, reserve from select dealers, or visit your local Honda dealer.
New Hondas are arriving daily at your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
See dealer for financing details.
Hey, Hawkeyes fans, the wait is over. The Iowa men's and women's basketball teams are back on the court, and Shields has everything you need to cheer on your favorite players all season long. Take your game day gear to the next level. With Shields Fan Shop, we have an unmatched lineup of gear, including jerseys, hats, hoodies, and more to help you show off your team colors. So gear up, Hawkeyes fans, and celebrate all season with Shields, a proud partner of Iowa basketball and hoops fans everywhere.
Bobby Hansen here for the Better Business Bureau. Ever have one of those awkward moments when a business disappointed you, got ripped off, didn't get what you expected? The Better Business Bureau can help you avoid these uncomfortable situations. BBB accredited businesses are honest, ethical, and reviewed annually by the BBB. Don't experience another awkward moment with a bad business. Trust the ones that operate with integrity. Look for the BBB seal. It's the sign of a better business. Find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Before we go to the second half, let's check in with Bobby Hansen. He's out in the tunnel with Sherman Dillard, Hawkeye assistant coach, who had the scout on tonight's Indiana game.
Sherman Dillard in 3, 2, 1. Sherman, intense basketball game, Iowa, Indiana. Kids are playing their hearts out. What'd you guys see in the first half?
Well, obviously, we just didn't come out and play well in the first 5 minutes of the game. And Shafino was just lights out from the 3. But we fought back. We're proud of the effort we gave to fight back and claw into it and play with some grit, some sense of urgency. Thought the zone was good for us. We were more active in the zone. Trace Jackson Davis is just a handful down.
Bobby with Sherman Dillard, sponsored by your John Deere dealers all across the state of Iowa, including Sinclair Tractor in Ottumwa. Bobby and Iowa assistant coach Dillard, sponsored by your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye basketball. We also got a clarification, supposedly, on that goaltending. Oh, wait a minute, it wasn't goaltending right before the end of the half, where Trace Jackson Davis ultimately got the basket and an and one.
Yeah, these referees have had a tough go of it. They're getting caught up in the emotion of the game and the intensity of the game. They got to take a deep breath here and settle down, because it's going to be more intense here, Gary, in the second half. And what Sherman talked about, we got cut off there, was that they're going to go to Trace Jackson Davis down low to start this second half. Got to get a better first 4-minute segment than the Hawks had in the first half.
Well, what they said about the goaltending was they determined the ball was not in the cylinder, and if it's not in the cylinder, you can grab the rim. Well, the Iowa coaches told us they went and looked at the replay at halftime, And the ball was definitely in the cylinder when the rim was grabbed. But that's then. This is now Indiana basketball to start the second half. Hopefully the Hawkeyes can keep that defensive intensity up here. Iowa's in a zone.
Peyton Sanford got the start for Aaron Eulis.
He's out front. Here's Kopp throwing right of the lane to Trace Jackson Davis. He's doubled. Kopp back out top to Schifino. His pull-up jumper is short. No good. They're going to double Jackson Davis and hope Schifino misses shots. Made a good move there to get open, but the Hawks get the stop. Here's Connor McCaffrey back for the Hawkeyes. 50-40 Hoosiers. Just underway in the second half. Kopp bodying up on Connor. Uses up his dribble. Here's Murray. Left of the lane. Jump passes back to Connor. Shot fake. Gets inside. Holds up high post right. 5 to shoot. Rebraca step back jumper. No good. Rebounded by Geronimo, who starts the second half in place of the injured Race Thompson. Here's Schifino quickly into the front court for the Hoosiers. He's had quite a game. Geronimo puts the ball on the floor, drives in on Tony Perkins, and scores off the glass. Palmed it up there off the window and down through. Geronimo likes the setting here at Carver Hawkeye Arena. Indiana back up 12. 52-40. Hoosiers draw first blood in the second half as they pick up the man-to-man defensive intensity. Here's Chris Murray whirling into the paint, gets to the basket, dunks it through, went right around Geronimo, who kneed him on the way by.
Yeah, I'd keep going to Chris. There's no way Geronimo can guard him. I'd force feed him next 4 times down.
52-42. Here's a steal by Murray. Jumped the passing route in the lane and picked it off. Connor for 3 in transition. Missed it badly. Caught the undercarriage of the rim and off the glass. Hawks quick shooting. Almost 2 minutes gone, second half. Here's a backdoor lob to Trace Jackson Davis. Shot is up and no good. He missed it. Good defense by Rebraca. Misdirected that shot. Perkins back for the Hawkeyes. Chris Murray shooting a 3 in transition. In and out. No good. It rims and comes off. Miller Kopp runs it down at the free throw line. Both teams missing wide open shots. 52-42 Indiana. 17:48 to play in the game. Here's Geronimo. Here's a lob 3 up and good. Are you kidding me? My goodness. A lob 3 thrown up by Tamar Bates.
Capable three-point shooter. You can't leave him alone. Hawks back off.
Here's a dunk inside though by Murray. A great weak side cut. And teammates found him. 55-44. Indiana up 11. There's Chris Murray. They start finding Chris. He starts heating up. He's got 13 to lead Iowa. Here's Bates. They're shooting over the top of that zone. Miller Kopp thought about it. Goes left of the lane now to Geronimo. Free throw line to Bates. Air ball. Well, he's okay from 3. He has to adjust that direction and distance from the free throw line. He rushed that shot. Air ball out of bounds to the Hawkeyes. 55-44 Iowa. Hawks try to get back inside 10 with 3 minutes gone second half. Great effort by Iowa in this comeback. Down 21. Peyton Sanford finds Connor McCaffrey open left wing. Here's Sanford jump shooting, missing at the foul line. Rebraca with a rebound up and in. Rebraca. 55-46, a 9-point Indiana lead.
He never stops working. Phil Rebraca just doing yeoman's work up on the offensive glass.
He's got 9. And now he's leaning on Trace Jackson Davis, who goes to the right baseline. Double teamed by Peyton Sanford. Looking for an open teammate. He's got Miller Kopp. Shot fake and a foul called on Chris Murray. The shot fake caused Chris to leave his feet. Jumping to block that shot. Kopp tried to go around him and Chris fell into him. But it sure prevented a wide open look at a 3 too.
Yeah, Kopp's an outstanding three-point shooter, but Chris went for the ball fake, the shot fake, and picks up just his first foul.
16:25 to play in the game. 55-46. Hawks have been climbing the mountain since early in the game. Got down 21, got back to within 5, and now trail it by 9. Bates had a big 3 a minute ago. Here's Schifino. Geronimo right of the lane to Kopp. He drives in on Rebraca. Shovel pass to Trace Jackson Davis, and he's fouled by Chris Murray from behind. Chris came to pick up Kopp or give help with Kopp. And a nifty pass to Trace Jackson Davis results in 2 free throws with 16:10 to play in the game. 3rd foul on Chris Murray. I missed one somewhere.
I did too. One in the first half, it must have been.
Free throws in. 56-46 Indiana. Oh, that is big. Well, what do you do, Fran? You roll the dice and leave him out there?
Oh, yeah.
I think you have to, don't you, Bobby?
He is.
16 for Jackson Davis. He makes both free throws. Here's Perkins around a screen by Rebraca. Chris Murray's open for three. Good. He's going to fill it up while he can.
Yeah, you have to. You have to. It's wide open three. Chris stuck on automatic. 16 points now for Murray. His second three.
Hawks are back to within 8, 57-49. Here's Sanford trying to guard Schifino, and Schifino missed the layup attempt. Got around Payton in the lane, missed the layup. Back shooting is McCaffrey in transition. Looks good. Little long, little strong. Rebounded by Schifino. It looked good from here. Here's Trace Jackson Davis out of control. He traveled with it. Good job. Tony Perkins knocked the ball loose. Jackson Davis got it back. There's a big guy trying to do too much there.
Yeah, good job by Tony. Got up underneath him, knocked the ball loose, and took 2 steps with it. Jackson Davis did as he caught the ball in midair. That's why it was a travel.
Now, Indiana is turnover prone. They can get ragged. That's 13 turnovers on the Hoosiers. The Hawks try to take advantage when we come back. 57-49 Indiana. Iowa basketball with 15:32 to play in the game. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
Windsor Windows and Doors are designed and manufactured to give you an inspired look for your next new construction or remodeling project. As your local Windsor distributor, Gilchrist Jewett is here to help you get the right fit for your style and performance needs. We offer the full line of made in the USA Windsor Windows and Doors, including wood-clad, cellular PVC, and vinyl products. To get your next project started, stop into Gilchrist Jewett at one of our 6 locations in Iowa.
Bobby Hansen here for the Better Business Bureau. Ever have one of those awkward moments when a business disappointed you, got ripped off, didn't get what you expected? The Better Business Bureau can help you avoid these uncomfortable situations. BBB accredited businesses are honest, ethical, and reviewed annually by the BBB. Don't experience another awkward moment with a bad business. Trust the ones that operate with integrity. Look for the BBB seal. It's the sign of a better business. Find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
Hawkeye basketball sponsored by Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Wellmark is on your side, Hawk fans who own health insurance and on the health insurance marketplace. Give it up for plans you can afford. Check out wellmark.com/hoops and compare plans. Nothing goes better with Hawkeye Sports than Wimmer's Meats. Wimmer's hot dogs and sausages deliver the home game experience to your family and friends. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Hawks. 57-49. Indiana's lead is melted from 21-8. Iowa has the basketball when play resumes. And the Hawkeyes on the 40th anniversary of Carver Hawkeye Arena trying to draw out some past Hawkeye ghosts of basketball Hall of Fame talent, Bobby Hansen, including yourself. Although you're still with us, thankfully. But I like the comeback. I like the effort. I like the coaching.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And there have been a lot of great coaches that have come through here. And Fran is not going to stop coaching his guys up here in this second half. He's going to take them all the way to the end. I like how the Hawkeyes have played here to start the second half. They won that first 4-minute segment, 9-7. Shooting percentage for Indiana is starting to cool down. They're just 2 for their first 6 to start the second half.
Iowa basketball after the Indiana travel. Peyton Sanford, Tony Perkins, Connor McCaffrey, Chris Murray, and Philip Rebraca. Patrick McCaffrey, well documented, not playing tonight or in the foreseeable future. He battles his anxiety. Here's Rebraca to Peyton Sanford. Had a hot first half. 10 to shoot. 15 minutes to play in the game. Rebraca backs in. Jump hook. He is up and in over the top of Trace Jackson Davis. Nothing Jackson Davis could do about it. And Iowa is within 6. 57-51. Hoosiers beat the press. Throw over the top. Here's Kopp out top for Schifino. Here's a long three. No good from the wing by Bates. He missed one Connor clears. McCaffrey up the far sideline comes Perkins. Perkins, stop and go move. And a pass deflected away. A turnover on Iowa. Indiana, the hands deflection. Perkins turns it over for the Hawkeyes. That's 8 turnovers on Iowa. Here's a jump shot right baseline. No good by Kopp. Rebounded by Rabracha. So the Hawks dodge a bullet there. Perkins quickly into the front court to a trailing Connor McCaffrey. Lob backdoor Murray. Shot fake up, and where's the foul? No good. Putback is good. Chris Murray can't believe it. Miller Kopp hanging all over Murray. He stayed with it and got the putback. 57-53. Indiana's lead is 4.
How about that? Yeah, Chris Murray got fouled the first one. He didn't give up on the play, stayed with it, got the putback, and then the look at the referee like, come on, man, give us a break.
Here's Jackson Davis. Turnover, Indiana. Miller Kopp's pass was a little too long for Trace Jackson Davis. 13:59 to go in the game. Mike Woodson. His team is unraveled here in the last minute with 2 turnovers in 3 possessions. He's going to try and settle them down. Hawkeye basketball down 4 when we come back to Carver. Carver Magic? We'll see. 14 turnovers on Indiana. 57-53 Hoosiers. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
U.S. Cellular has always believed that connection is the greatest gift of all. That's why we're offering any phone, any brand, any storage for free for everyone, new and current customers. Plus, our price protection guarantee means your rates won't go up. Because locally grown connection is the gift that keeps on giving. Visit us in-store or online to get any phone, any brand, any storage free today. U.S. Cellular, locally grown connection. Limited time offer, terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
When did business insurance become one size fits all? At EMC Insurance Companies, we've known for more than 100 years that businesses have unique needs. It's why from coast to coast, we provide insurance packages that are designed and tailored specifically for nearly 500 different types of businesses. Add our expert loss control and quick claim services, and you can see why customers count on EMC to help protect what they've built. Find an EMC agent near you at emcins.com.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination. 57-53, Indiana clinging to a 4-point lead. Although a lot of people thought we wouldn't be saying that tonight after Indiana roared out to a 21-point advantage with hot shooting in the first half. But they've got Schifino, the flashy freshman point guard, under control. They're doubling Trace Jackson Davis. And the Hawks have come back to within 4 after trailing by 10 at the half. Lou Jean Krager, who turns 100 tomorrow, is, as Zabel used to say, hugging her radio, hanging on. Lou Jean, happy birthday from the Hawkeye Radio Network. She is the grandmother of George Kittle, Jess Settles, and Henry Krieger Coble, and a few other gifted athletes in that family down near Winfield.
Awesome. Happy 100 years,
Lou Jean. What a birthday present this would be. A Hawkeye comeback for a victory. Here we go. Work to be done yet, though, at 13:56 to play. Sanford inbounds to Tony Perkins. 4 out, or 4 in, 1 out for the Hawks. Now they break off screens. Rabracha with a catch at the foul line. Jump passes to Connor McCaffrey. 12 to shoot. McCaffrey restarts the set in the half court. Peering inside, step back 3. Good! He's done it all year.
He really has. On top of his game right now is Connor McCaffrey. Pulls a Hawk within 1. Connor now with 10 in the game.
57-56, Indiana. Galloway's in the game. Center of the floor to Schifino. And Iowa's defense, that has been a key here at the start of the second half. Iowa's outscored Indiana 16-7. 8 to shoot. They're still out on Hawkeyes main. Galloway. A bounce pass to Schifino. Gets in the lane. Jackson Davis scores. Nice pass by Schifino. He's got 8 assists as Trace Jackson Davis ends the Iowa run. 59-56. Hawkeyes down 3. Perkins with the ball. Tony around a screen by Rebraca. Keeps going down left baseline. Now to Sanford. Sanford, a bounce to McCaffrey. Shot fake, drives inside. Shot up, no good, but a foul called. Shot fake caught Trey Galloway off balance. Galloway bumps into him, and Connor will be rewarded with 2 free throws. Philip Rebraca is shaking that right arm and rubbing that elbow.
Little stinger.
He took I think he came to set a screen for Connor. Got bumped off by a Hoosier. Connor makes the first free throw, 59-57. Indiana's lead is 2. One more coming for Connor McCaffrey. Boy, what a clutch 3. A moment ago, he's in double figures with 11. Make it 12. He has been the money man time and time again this year. 59-58. Indiana's lead is 1. Hawkeyes try to get another stop, and not going to happen this trip. Trace Jackson Davis, they spread him out, and Schifino is some kind of a passer.
I'll tell you what, he put that one on the money. A look away bounce pass to the right side to Jackson Davis, who's got 18.
9 dimes for Schifino. Murray hits a 3, though. Indiana overplaying the passing lanes. They left Murray wide open on the wing. We're tied at 61.
Chris Murray now 21 points and 3 3-pointers, and this place is on fire.
Keegan Murray with a left hand. That's Chris Murray. 12 minutes to go in the game. All tied up. That's 61.
Then the Hawkeye 2-3 zone that slowed him down.
Sure has. Galloway to Schifino. He's hurt the Hawks with his passing. Finds Kopp in the corner. 6 to shoot. Deflected pass by Kopp. He finds a wide open man right of the lane. Setback jumper, no good. Short of the iron. Sanford rebounds, and the Hawks can take the lead. Inside it goes to Rebraca. Up and in! Jump hook goes. What a play by Peyton Sanford to recognize the mismatch as Geronimo got on the backside of Rebraca, and that is a mismatch.
Yeah, that's a good find by Peyton Sanford there. Under control, head up. Phillip ran right down the middle of the floor and turned, posted up Geronimo directly under the basket. Once he received it, Gary, all he had to do was turn around and lay it in, got fouled.
Jump hook and an and one for Rebraca when we come back. Rebraca with 13 points and a free throw coming. 63-61. Iowa with its first lead of the night and 11.5 to play. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Cellular has always believed that connection is the greatest gift of all. That's why we're offering one line for $29.99 a month with unlimited data. That's right, one line, unlimited data for just $29.99 a month per line. Even just one line. Because the only way to make the greatest gift of all even greater is not having to add more lines than you need to get it. Visit us in-store or online to get one line for $29.99 a month with unlimited data today. U.S. Cellular. Locally grown connection. Limited time offer. Terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
Some companies are very standoffish or very afraid to get directly involved with the repair process. So we will physically take our phone, call the guy we know that can do it, and say, hey, I'm standing at this address. I need somebody to come over here and pull this limb out of this house. A lot of companies won't do that.
A West Bend claims representative on handling a claim.
And we bring that sense with us that we can fix it. That's the biggest thing we do for them.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
We'd like to think the Machine Shed represents the best of the Midwest, a celebration of American comfort food, the heart of America. From scratch cooking in our homemade soups, for example, our pies, our Big Apple dumplings, our stuffed Iowa pork chops. In an era of easier cooking, we're always trying to figure out how to make it even better. All the best of the Midwest. That's what the Machine Shed's all about.
The Iowa Machine Shed, I-80 and Hickman Road, Urbandale, and I-80 and Northwest Boulevard, Davenport.
Everybody's got their shoulder harness strapped down tight. The Hawkeyes down 10 at the half and 21 early in the game. Have outscored Indiana 23-11 in the first 8 minutes plus here in the second half. Iowa's hit 9 of 15 shots, including 3 threes. A couple by Murray, one by Connor McCaffrey. And they're pounding it inside when they can to Rebraca. He's responding. Meanwhile, to your point, Bobby, the zone defense has been equally effective. Indiana, 4 of 11, 36%.
Really cut them off inside where they were hurting Iowa on the inside there with Trace Jackson Davis early. This zone has got them stymied a little bit. As long as you can rebound out of it, Hawks are doing doing a good job. 24-23 on the rebound numbers, but just love the fight, the intensity. The Hawks come out here in the second half with 23-11, first 8 minutes.
21 for Murray, 13 for Rebraca, 12 for Connor McCaffrey, 7 for Peyton Sanford, and a couple of assists. None prettier than that pass he found Rebraca with, and now Phillip has the chance for the and one. He's got 4 rebounds too. 20 for Trace Jackson Davis and 11 for Schifino lead Indiana. Rebraca hits the free throw, and Iowa's up 3, 64-61. Galloway's double gives way to Schifino as that 1-2-2 press has bothered the Hoosiers as well, to the tune of 14 turnovers. Now they've got another freshman in there. Here's a deep 3 by Schifino. It's good, and he ties it up. Man, oh man, what a game he's having.
Yeah, Peyton Sanford fell down. He tripped over his feet there. He was on Schifino and then fell to the middle, and Schifino rotated over to the left wing and opened for the 3.
Tied at 64, so the Hawkeyes try to regain the lead. Murray double teamed. Here's Sanford. Step back 3. That's well short of the mark. Rebraca with a rebound, and he's fouled from behind. Either Schifino or another big freshman, Malik Renew. Second foul on Renew. 64-64. 10:59 to play in the game. Perkins will inbound for the Hawkeyes. Underneath, out of bounds. Lobs out near the timeline to Rebraca. Phillip gives way to Chris Murray, and they're out crowding him off that 3-point stripe. Here's a foul called on Indiana off the ball. Get a grab on Trace Jackson Davis. How can that be just his first foul?
4th team.
Somebody explain that one to me. Connor McCaffrey will inbound. Well, he plays clean. Side out for the Hawkeyes. They shoot for the lead, 64 all. Here's Rebraca with a catch. They go after the freshman Renew. Shot up and good. Great fake shot, and then Renew took the bait, and Phillip was already on the way back up.
Unstoppable Phillip Rebraca, 16 points here.
And remember, Indiana's without Race Thompson with that knee injury. Don't think that hasn't affected the Hoosiers. 10.5 to go. 66-64 Iowa. Here's Bates, Tamare Bates to Schifino. Bates lobs up a left-handed 3, no good. Rebounded by Rebraca, perfectly positioned in front of Jackson Davis.
Good block out.
Connor back for the Hawkeyes. Now to Tony Perkins. Tony jump passes to Connor, thought about a 3. Drives it high post right, gets inside, throws to the near corner for Peyton Sanford. Right back to Connor with 12 to shoot, 10 minutes to play in the game. McCaffrey directing traffic. Center of the floor for Chris Murray. Chris on a crossover dribble, gets inside, leans up for the shot, no good. Put back, Peyton Sanford with the left hand. Offensive rebound, weak side, put back by Peyton Sanford. Iowa up 4. 9:39 to play in the game. Miller Kopp will come back for the Hoosiers the next whistle. Here's Renew to Schifino. Cover him up. He lets fly with a 3. Good again. Sanford in his face.
Yeah, he was right there on him. You're right.
All-American performance by Schifino. My goodness. And here's a foul called on Schifino as Perkins crossed him over with a dribble, went around him, and Schifino took a bat in the nose. I didn't see how that happened, but he's a tough kid. He's up and walking it off. Foul called on Indiana. And they're going to look at the replay of this, make sure there's not anything flagrant. Tony Perkins crossed him over on the dribble right inside the free throw circle and was going to the basket when the foul was called. All plays under review this season are sponsored by Athletico. Physical therapy is the thing you're told to do after medication, x-rays, or surgery. But what if the best way to fix your pain is to start where you normally finish? The sooner you start with physical therapy, you change everything. It all starts with no prescription needed at Athletico. Well, let's take a look, Bobby. Tony raised that left arm up, trying to get some leverage as he turned the corner on Schifino, who had just hit a 3 to bring Indiana back to within 1. And the only angle we're looking at, it's hard to tell. He did get the left arm up as he turned the corner. And I don't think there was anything there to...
It's a basketball play.
Yeah. He's warding Schifino off with contact. Again, you could call that kind of contact all night long if you wanted to. But that's not in the Big Ten. So we play on. It'll be Iowa basketball side court right in front of us here. Connor McCaffrey comes into Perkins. We get back to action. Tony, stop and go move. Lob pass inside for Rebraca. Phillip, yep, he shot faked one too many times. Gets it back to Perkins. He drives and scores. Left hand. Well, Phillip found a way out of it.
He did. He stayed with the play, but boy, he was wide open at the rim.
Here's the Hoosiers right back in a dunk by Jackson Davis. They beat the Hawkeye defense down the floor that time. 70-69 Iowa. Just under 9 minutes to go in the game. Which team's got more stamina and a deeper bench? Here's Chris Murray. Murray, shot fake, drives inside, lost his footing, and the Hawks turn it over. Well, Connor McCaffrey re-steals and he throws it away. Here come the Hoosiers trying to get the lead back. Shot up, no good, but a foul on Connor McCaffrey.
Rebraca got him.
Okay, they did get Rebraca. Connor was right there with him, but they call Rebraca for the personal, his second. Well, they made sure the shot wasn't going to go down, and Trey Galloway will shoot 2 free throws. He's at 67% on the year. Josh Dix is going to come in along with Desante Bowen to give a couple of the regulars a breather. 70-69 Hawkeyes by 1 after they came from a mile behind, 21 down and 7 minutes into the game to get the lead here in the second half. And back and forth we've gone. Iowa's led by as many as 4. Galloway's free throw is no good. 2-shot foul. He'll get one more. Bowen, Ulis, and Dix come in for Perkins, Sanford, and Connor McCaffrey. So this next 36 seconds till they get the under 8 timeout is very, very important.
Yeah, it really is. And that's what Fran's going to give these younger guys just a little bit of a taste of the floor here to get his regulars some rest.
Bowen will play the point. Murray gets it into him. Across the timeline, Galloway backs off. He knows how quick Bowen is. Desante gets deep into the lane and then turns it over. Credit Galloway reached in and raked the ball away, and Desante went for it to touch the baseline. He had touched it last. So Indiana turns over Iowa and a chance to take the lead for the Hoosiers. Here's Bates driving on the baseline. Wild shot up and no good, but the putback is good by Jackson Davis. Long arms. What a night he's having. 24 points, and Indiana regains the lead at 72-70. Now foul called on Renew off the ball as Rebraca gathered it in. That's 16 fouls on Indiana. So one more, and the Hawks are shooting for the rest of the game. Shooting free throws, 8:08 to play. Aaron Ulis will throw it in from right of the goal. And the Hawkeyes nearly turn it over. Chris Murray saved the turnover on a line drive pass by Bowen. And the 3 that just left are coming right back in. 4-3, Josh Dix! Josh Dix reigns in a tray. Deep in the right wing. That's what he can do, and he did it there at a clutch moment.
That was a clutch shot that time by your freshman. It's exactly right. He saw the guys at the bench coming in for him and said, I'm going to take my chance.
Here's Schifino misses a 3 finally. After making 2, Dix clears. And the 3 regulars go back to the bench. Here's a lob inside to Murray. Up and good. Schifino gets the foul, and we go to a timeout. That might be the sequence of the year. Dix seeing the 3 regulars, Connor McCaffrey, Peyton Sanford, Tony Perkins, back up off the bench. And as they're heading to the scorer's table, Dix says, well, you know what? I'm going to get a shot off before I go out again.
And the Hawks 4 out of their last 4.
He blisters a 3 from 23 feet. Schifino misses at one end, commits the foul at the other as the ball drops through, and the Hawks are shooting a free throw, leading 75-72 when we come back to Carver. Happy 40th anniversary, Carver Hawkeye. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
When you buy your own health insurance, you deserve a doctor who's your biggest champion and coverage you can be confident in. And with new Wellmark health insurance plans featuring Unity Point Health, that's what you can expect. These plans help you build a relationship with your Unity Point Health primary care providers and network partners, starting with free preventive and virtual care, plus low copays for primary care with a doctor who always has your back. Connect with an agent to help you enroll at wellmark.com/UPH.
Time to redo this basement?
Yeah. A home gym, movie theater, model train utopia.
Or yoga studio?
I'm flexible-ish.
Great. I'll just use the U.S. Bank mobile app so we can plan it out.
Which way are you leaning? Setting a savings goal or applying for a home improvement loan?
I say we look at both options, right here in the app.
Budget for a really good home gym. We deserve it.
Noted.
Help for today, planning for tomorrow. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender member FDIC.
Hawkeye basketball sponsored by Iowa Corn. Hawks are growing tall here in the second half. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. What connections do you have to corn? Those connections translate into victories for farmers and wins for all Iowans. Share your winning moments using hashtag Iowans win. Hopefully we could say the same about the Hawkeyes at the end, Bobby. What a comeback.
What a comeback is right, Gary. What a second half by the Hawkeyes. Outscoring Indiana 35-22 here in the second half. The Hawks 64% shooting, 4 of 8 from 3. That's 50%. But they got it clicking right now. You just got to keep going, but you got to keep committing yourself to the defensive end. Keep scrapping, get the loose balls, get the 50-50 balls, and win the battle of the boards.
Chris Murray and Trace Jackson Davis, two of the Big Ten's best, two leading candidates for MVP in the league, are having a battle. 24 for Jackson Davis, 23 for Murray. Chris may have 24 after this and one. He got the scoop and score a moment ago. Free throw up and good. And Iowa's lead now is 4. Back to 2 possessions. 76-72. It was 4 a moment ago, and Schifino dropped in a deep 3 from the left wing. Tony Perkins out in his kisser. Josh Dick State. Rebracha is jockeying for position inside. Here's a foul on Iowa as Trace Jackson Davis is knocked to the floor. And they're going to get Philip Rebracha. 2 free throws coming for Trace Jackson Davis. 3rd foul on Rebracha. Jackson Davis was so off balance when he let the shot go. He was inviting contact. And Jackson Davis will get 2. Hey, born in the heart of Iowa, Authentic Brands Premium Sportswear serves the everyday demands of small businesses in corporate America. Don't settle for less. Look, feel, and perform your best in Authentic Brand label gear. Bobby and I have our Authentic Brand on tonight.
Thank you, Clark.
Clark Fessler and the crew. Leaving the game is Malik Renew as Jackson Davis hits both free throws, and Miller Kopp replaces Renew in the lineup. 76-74. Iowa's lead is 2. We drop under 7.5 to play for the game. McCaffrey gets a screen from Chris Murray. Leaves it for Tony Perkins. Tony reverses dribble on Schifino. Gets the ball to Connor McCaffrey. Now right side for and a throwaway. Turnover by Iowa. Run out by Indiana. And a layup by Trey Galloway, that is. Tie game at 76. Hawkeye turnover leads to an Indiana run out and a tie score, the layup by Galloway. So the Hawks shoot for the lead again. Connor McCaffrey banging bodies with Miller Kopp. Gets in the paint, spins to the baseline, up and no good. Threw it up there too hard. Jackson Davis rebounds for Indiana. Connor did everything right but make the shot.
Yeah, he was getting bodied up in there and tried to muscle him up through it. Just couldn't get the shot to drop, and Indiana the wall off.
6.5 to go. Now the Hoosiers shoot for the lead. Kopp drops a pass right baseline to Jackson Davis. He's had a battle all night with Rebracha. Gets into the lane, jump hook up and no good. Rebound fought for, controlled by Kopp. Throws it to the wing to Bates. Bates out top for Galloway. Now to Schifino. New possession for Indiana. Right back inside to Davis. He's doubled, dribbled it looked like, but found an open teammate. Bates cutting baseline, and he lays it up and in. Indiana's come back with a 6-0 run. Back and forth we go. 78-76 Hoosiers. Hawkeyes with the ball. Down the left side of the lane is Perkins. Shot up, blocked away by Jackson Davis. Perkins gets it back. He's trapped inside. Throws up a shot, no good. Indiana with a rebound. Jackson Davis ahead for Schifino. Keep him covered up. 5.5 to play.
Good job, Josh Dick, stocking the ball.
78-76 Indiana. Here's a backdoor cut and a layup by Kopp. Oh, Hawkeyes are getting back cut to death here the last two possessions, and Trace Jackson Davis is right in the middle of it.
A little bit of tired, I think, by the Hawkeyes. They have really battled here in this last 15 minutes, and Fran sees that, takes a 30-second timeout, give his team a break.
Indiana with an 8-0 run leads at 80-76, 5:20 to go in the game. It's a great time to join the Iowa Lottery's free VIP club. Members receive free plays, special offers, insider news, and can enter promotions to win cash and other great prizes. Visit ialottery.com/VIP and learn more. That's ialottery.com/VIP and learn more. You can join Coach McCaffrey, Bobby, and me every week for the Hawk Talk radio program at the Hyatt Regency Hotel and Conference Center in the Iowa River Landing in Coralville. Our next show is Monday, January 9th. Next Monday night from 7 until 8:30, Hawk Talk with Coach McCaffrey. Come on out to the Hyatt. If not, please join us on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Well, the Hawks need a score in the worst way. Peyton Sanford gets it in to Connor McCaffrey. 80-76 Indiana. Soft full court pressure by the Hoosiers. Now they drop back. McCaffrey to Chris Murray. He's guarded by Bates. Murray takes him off the dribble and misses the running layup, but is fouled by Bates. 2 free throws coming for Chris Murray. He's going to get it in his hands every time down, or should at least touch him, right?
Absolutely.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification here on the Hawkeye Radio Network as Chris Murray shoots 2. You're listening to Hawkeye Basketball. Murray makes 1 of 2 free throws. That ends the 8-0 Indiana run. Indiana still leads by 3. 80-77. 5 minutes to go in the game. Who thought we'd be here at this juncture, or at this moment, with the Hawks having a chance to win after being down 21. Galloway, a shot fake, drives hard left baseline. Back out top on the wing to Schifino. Now to Bates. Inside to Trace Jackson Davis by Rebraca. And that's 4 on Phillip. Not a lot of contact there, but they're spreading that zone out, and they're getting it inside to the big fella. He's taking Rebraca one-on-one.
Yeah, he's just working in there. He's putting him at the free throw line area, and once he finds the ball, he's left-handed. He's going hard with that left, and tough call there on Phillip.
Indiana 12 of 18 from the foul line. That was not a shooting foul. 5th team foul on the Hawkeyes. And Indiana has to call a timeout. Galloway couldn't find an open man. Indiana's down to 1 timeout, at least in regulation. Hawkeye Basketball is sponsored by the Iowa Corn Cy-Hawk Series, celebrating our student athletes and our state's corn farmers. Just like the Hawks work hard all year, so do Iowa's corn farmers, growing a crop used in over 4,000 products. That's a win for all Iowans. Iowa Corn and the Iowa Corn Cy-Hawk Series. Well, we lost Bessie Hendricks this week, Bobby, 115 years old. Rabid Hawkeye fan from Lake City. She became the oldest living person in the United States a year ago, born in 1907 in Carroll County. Taught in a 1-room schoolhouse, raised a family of 5. Lifelong Hawkeye fan. Her favorite song was You Are My Sunshine. And she's up there, not quite closing the pearly gates, taking a peek inside Carver Hawkeye Arena tonight, trying to pull her beloved Hawkeyes through to victory. We shall see. 4:42 to go. Indiana basketball. Hoosiers up 3, 80-77. Pass dropped out top for Bates. Now to Schifino. Bracha playing with 4 fouls. Here's Kopp in the corner. To Bates. Now they find high post left. Jackson Davis. He's double teamed. Turns, shoots, and scores. 28 points for Trace Jackson Davis. They've not had an answer for him. Indiana's not had an answer for Chris Murray. Here's Chris. Fouled again as he drove in on Miller Kopp. That'll be the 1-and-1 for Murray. 82-77 Indiana. Hawks led 76-72 before the Hoosiers went on an 8-0 run to grab the lead back. It is now a 10-1 run by Indiana. Free throws coming for Chris Murray. First one drops through. He'll get the bonus. Jackson Davis has 28 for Indiana. Murray has 26 for the Hawkeyes.
Yeah, just back and forth. These two All-Americans are giving it everything they got.
Chris airballs the second free throw. You can imagine his needle's pointing on empty, as it is for most of the guys out there. Both benches shortened by injuries and illness. And here we are, 82-78 Indiana with 4:16 to play in the game.
Need a big stop right here.
Need a couple stops. Huh? Galloway to Schifino. What a game this freshman's had. Schifino drives a pass right wing to Bates. 4 minutes to go. Bates, high post right. Picked up by Connor McCaffrey. Now to Galloway. Right of the lane to Jackson Davis. He's doubled. Every time he touches the ball, he's got a double team flaring at him. Now he forces a shot up. No good. Rebounded up and in by Indiana. The ball hit the side of the square, and standing right below the rim was Schifino. Fell right in his lap, and he put it up and in. Tough break for the Hawkeyes. 84-78 Indiana. 3:30 to go. And a foul called on Schifino. Schifino. Well, great players put themselves in great position, and it doesn't come any easier than that.
Right place, right time. Shot clock winding down. I thought the Hawks got the shot clock violation. The horn never blew and fell right into the lap of Schifino.
Iowa led 76-72 2 minutes ago. Indiana's put on a 12-2 run here. And the only 2 points for Iowa have come from free throws, courtesy of Chris Murray. But still 3:29 to go in the game. We'll step out for a moment and come back with 3:29 remaining at Carver. Indiana 84, Iowa 78. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Iowa basketball. When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters, they've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at MidAmericanEnergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
12,000 in attendance here tonight. Boy, have they seen a heck of a basketball game. They were sitting on their hands early when the Hawks got down 21 points, 7 minutes deep in the game. But Iowa roared back behind Chris Murray, Peyton Sanford, Connor McCaffrey, Tony Perkins. Got back to within 10 at halftime. They had cut the lead to 5, trailed 50-40 at the break. Big run had Iowa in front by 4 a couple times in the second half. Rebraca doing the heavy lifting inside. Chris Murray doing what he does. He's got 26 points. But Trace Jackson-Davis has matched Murray point for point. Schifino has been the difference maker tonight, Bobby, for Indiana. Averages 11. He's got 19.
Yeah, he's got 5 3-point field goals made and under control with the basketball. Has 9 assists, Gary, with those 19 points. Just 2 turnovers. But we got to get the ball to Chris Murray here, and you got to get your fast break going, control the boards, and Connor step up and knock down these 2 free throws.
When the Hawks got the lead, not once but twice, a 4-point lead, and had the ball, and couldn't add to the lead, and Indiana just never let Iowa get out of its sight. Schifino hit a big 3 with Iowa up 4. Then Jackson-Davis went to work inside. Connor McCaffrey is at the foul line. He's 2 for 2. Connor's had a spectacular floor game, subbing for his sick brother Patrick, who has left the team for a short while, we hope, to battle his anxiety issues. Connor's got 13 points and another free throw. Made the first, hits the second. 84-80. Hawks down 4. 3.5 to go. Trying to force more turnovers on the Hoosiers in that 1-2-2 press. Good pressure, but Indiana handled it, at least for this trip. Galloway and Bates play catch. They spread the floor, working some clock. Schifino, Galloway, and Bates out top. Here's Schifino. Jackson-Davis with the catch inside. Spins to the baseline. Shot up, no good. Good defense by Rebraca. Bumped him off stride. Here's Murray back for the Hawks. Lays it up and in. There's the Iowa transition game.
And good, tough inside physical defense by Philip Rebraca, not giving an inch to Trace Jackson-Davis. The rebound and the run out, Chris Murray.
84-82 Indiana. Miller Kopp with a catch in the corner to Galloway. Takes it inside. Push-up jumper, no good, short. Rebounded by Iowa. Fouled on Galloway. Galloway wasn't sure what to do. He had the lane. He drove into within 5 feet, but short string the jumper, and Rebraca with perfect position gets the rebound on the foul call.
And that'll be 2 free throws coming for Philip Rebraca as a 10th team foul on Indiana. And you're right, he was indecision right there. He should have tossed that alley-oop up to Trace Jackson-Davis, but didn't know what to do.
Just a little bit unsure. He's got 4 fouls. We're sure of that. And Rebraca can tie it with 2 free throws. First one is good. This guy just keeps doing it, doesn't he?
Keeps getting better, too. Better at the free throw line tonight.
16 points, 6 rebounds. And a made free throw. Second one good. Tie game. Iowa down 6. Back come the Hawks. 84-84. Nobody's sitting at Carver Hawkeye Arena. Schifino. Bounce pass across the midcourt stripe for Galloway to Bates. They swing it around one side to the other. Kopp, they're hunting for Trace Jackson-Davis every time somebody touches the ball. But Rebraca's doing a good job staying in front of him. 8 to shoot. Galloway for 3. No good. Rebraca with a rebound. They covered up Jackson-Davis inside. Here come the Hawks for the lead. Connor McCaffrey all the way. No good with the layup attempt, but he's fouled. Oh, brother.
He'll never have a more wide open layup right there than that one.
Oh,
the 3-point play.
He's ready to punch himself right in the nose, but he's got 2 big free throws to give Iowa the lead. 2:08 to play. I'll tell you what, this ebb and flow here. One team gets up 4 or 6, the other roars back with an 8-0 run. Hawks are on a 6-0 run and make it 7. McCaffrey hits the first free throw. Hawks are up 185-84. Well, I know this. Bill Raftery and Jason Benetti across the way on the tube are enjoying this one on FS1.
Oh, they gotta love a basketball game like this. For so much on the line for both these teams. The Hawks looking for their first Big Ten win.
86-84 Iowa. Huge stop in order here. Galloway slides to a stop, gets the ball to Schifino, and he's fouled on a reach-in by Peyton Sanford. It's just the 16th foul on Iowa. And it'll be Indiana underneath out of bounds with 1:58 to go. Hawks have gotten 3 stops in a row and scored off every one of them. And Rebraca, 18 points and a great defensive effort. Shot clock resets to 20. Here we go. Schifino for Galloway, right wing. Now to Tamar Bates. Middle of the floor. Miller Kopp. Here's Galloway. They're swarming around Jackson Davis inside. Here's a shot fake by Bates, gets inside, throws up a wild layup attempt, no good, and a foul call. Going to be on Indiana.
On Davis.
Trying to work around two Hawkeyes to get that offensive rebound after Bates, again, unsure what to do with the basketball. First it was Galloway, now it's Bates. He got in the lane, baseline right, and flipped it up there. It caught enough of the rim, but spun out.
Crazy shot there, and fortunately it rolled around. Missed Hawkeyes, and now it'd be Philip Rebraca to the free throw line, and he'll be there again for 2.
4 for 4 on the night. 1:39 to go. Free throw in and out by Phillip. He'll get another. 86-84 Iowa. Hawks are 11 of 14. Check that. 13 of 15. Now 14 of 16 as Rebraca made the second one. Iowa 87, Indiana 84. Indiana with 8 threes. Iowa has 7 3-point goals. Here's a backdoor lob to Jackson Davis, knocked away, but a foul called. The double team came just a bit late. Chris Murray got there to help out Rebraca. As the ball arrived, they were thrown over the top of Rebraca.
4 fouls on Chris.
And Murray picked up his 4th. Chris has got to be doubly careful here. The replay doesn't show much, but they called it with 1:26 to go. Now free throws 1-1 for Trace Jackson Davis. Free throws good. 29 for Trace Jackson Davis. Chris Murray is 28. We're seeing 2 one-of-a-kind here. Huh?
Yeah.
Both left-handed
performance.
Both southpaws. Iowa had run in 9 in a row. Here's a second free throw missed. Tip to Connor McCaffrey. 87-85 Iowa. 1:20 to play. Hawks spread the floor. McCaffrey left wing for Rebraca. Wants Murray, but they're double teaming Chris. Here's Peyton Sanford. Stops a jump shot up, no good, left of the lane. Rebraca tipped it out, but right to Miller Kopp. Peyton Sanford got in deep. Got hemmed in there and just let the shot go. Missed it. 1 minute to play in regulation. Here's a throwaway, but a foul called on Rebraca, and that is 5 on him. Five fouls on Philip Rebraca. 53.7 to play in the game. I don't know if they've warned Fran McCaffrey for coming off the bench or what. Connor McCaffrey is visiting with somebody. Now we got Fran walking down to the Indiana bench.
Blew a tech somewhere.
Connor McCaffrey somehow was in the middle of that. I did not see where Connor came from. I don't know if he got hooked up with an Indiana player. Well, you got 2 teams that have played so hard tonight. You would hope it wouldn't be decided by a technical foul. 53.7 to play in regulation. The officials are huddling up at the midcourt stripe. Now they've warned Fran a couple of times to get back off the floor. He's been teed up once tonight.
Yeah, no technical here. I heard him.
Now Larry Scarato is visiting rather loudly with Fran McCaffrey. And I heard him say Connor, and he's going to give Fran the benefit of the doubt that Fran was coming down to the Indiana huddle to get Connor McCaffrey back to the Iowa bench. Oh, the heat of the moment and the heat of the night. The battle goes on. Iowa by 2, 87-85. Rebraca has fouled out, and that really cripples Iowa's inside effort. Phillip, what, 18 points?
I got him with 18. Rebraca 19. Made the free throw.
1-1 for Trace Jackson Davis. Free throw's good. 87-86. Cool as a cucumber. Ice water running through his veins.
30 points.
Mike Woodson still having a conversation with Paul Selk. They're talking their ears off tonight. 87-86. This one would tie it. It misses. Strong rebound by Peyton Sanford. 51 seconds to go. The Hawks trot into the front court with Rebraca on the bench. Tony Perkins is back in for him. So Franz decided to go small with Chris Murray. 15 on the shot clock. 37 on the game clock. And what do we got? Timeout? Timeout Hawkeyes. It would appear. 36.9 left in regulation. 87-86. Hawks by 1 with the ball. 13 on the shot clock. A 30-second timeout. Hawkeye basketball has been sponsored tonight by the great Central Midwest Honda dealers across Iowa, including Randy Keel Honda in Cedar Rapids. Randy and Nate Keel, thank you for your support of Hawkeye Hoops.
Absolutely. And 13 seconds on the shot clock here. Gary, 36.9 on the game clock. And the Hawkeye basketball on the side.
Trace Jackson Davis with 30. Hood Schifino with 19, the freshman phenom. Nobody else in double figures. Geronimo with 9. Grace Thompson with 9 before he got hurt. Tamar Bates has 8 for Iowa. Chris Murray with 28. 19 for Rebraca, who's fouled out. Connor McCaffrey with 16. 10 for Tony Perkins. 10 rebounds for Rebraca. Another double-double. So Iowa will inbound across the way, side court with 13 to shoot. Indiana's thinking stop. Hawkeyes thinking a basket. Iowa leads it by 1. Chris Murray bodied up on by Miller Kopp. Here's Connor McCaffrey. A pass inside, knocked away from Murray. And what's the call? They're on the floor. Jump ball, I believe. Just 4 seconds on the shot clock. 27 on the game clock.
Hawkeye ball. Sideline out of bounds.
Stays with Iowa. But 4.2 on the shot clock. Timeout Iowa.
Final one.
Well, I don't know of a better coach in the country that can draw up out of bounds plays in these situations than Fran McCaffrey. And he's got to pull all stops out on this one.
Gary, you want to get something going to the basket, trying to get to the free throw line. These referees are so cognizant right now of all the contact. That
they've been calling everything to keep it under control.
They're going to call it, yeah.
Well, Keegan Murray, Chris's brother, was named the Western Conference NBA Player of the Month, Rookie Player of the Month. Yesterday, Keegan averaged 13 points on 46% shooting from the field. Almost 4 rebounds, a steal a game, 28 minutes in 14 games played. Congratulations to Keegan Murray. Many more awards coming for that young man.
Oh, yeah, off to a great start, though.
And I'm guessing he's tuned in tonight out on the West Coast, pulling for brother. 27 seconds to go in regulation, with Iowa holding on to an 87-86 1-point lead. Iowa will maintain possession after the jump ball.
First thing you got to do is
4 seconds on the shot clock.
Got to get it in.
And no timeouts. So Connor McCaffrey will do the honors. You got to get it to Chris somehow, some way. Indiana knows that. And let him create. He's going to have Kopp and Jackson Davis all over. But let's see what Fran called. That's all that matters. McCaffrey slaps the basketball. Gets it into Tony Perkins, who falls down. Connor gets it back, lets it fly with nothing on the shot clock. And it's a shot clock violation. Boy, Peyton Sanford was coming through the lane open, but Connor just didn't see him, knowing without a timeout he had to get the ball in. 22.6 to go. It'll be Indiana basketball. And I think they're going to review to see how much time's left on the clock. They want to make sure the clock is... So they'll review all plays under review, whether it's clock or otherwise. Brought to you by Athletico. They'll give Indiana credit, Bobby, for that out-of-bounds defense.
Yeah, they had the 2 big guys. Miller Kopp was on Chris Murray, and he was surrounded by Trace Jackson Davis, and nowhere for Connor to really go. Lucky they got the ball back. Clock stopped. Set your D.
Now the Hawks need to set their D. You know where the ball's going, much the way Indiana knew where it was headed. Chris Murray never happened, so the Hawks have to do the same on Trace Jackson-Davis.
Yeah, you got to deny him the basketball. And kid I worry about is the freshman there, Schifano, as he has the ability to penetrate, get to the rim, and he's strong enough to finish.
Hawks have done a much better job in the second half on him, denying that drive. Of course, he's hit a bunch of threes as well. 6 of 12 shooting. He's got 5 threes. 5 of his 6 field goals are threes. So Indiana will have to bring it the length of the floor, but that's not an issue with 23 seconds to go. Hawks settle in the half court. Aaron Eulis has checked in for Tony Perkins. Here we go. Schifino races into the front court with a basketball. Mike Woodson calls timeout. 20.4 to go.
Their final timeout as well.
1 point Iowa lead, 87-86. To recap, if you joined us late, Iowa got punched in the nose pretty good by the Hoosiers to start the game, and 7 minutes in, Indiana was up by 21. They led by 21 at the 13:30 mark. The Hawks roared back in the final 10 minutes of the half, got to within 5 at 45-40, trailed 50-40. Headed to the locker room. Second half, Iowa with a big spurt to begin the period. Got up 4. Indiana ran in 8 straight. Hawks came back with an 8-1 run. Indiana responded. It's been back and forth, Bobby. We've had 4 ties, 4 lead changes, most of those in the second half. And here we sit, 87-86 Iowa. Hawkeyes are 18 of 21 from the free throw line. Indiana is 14 of 22. So that's been a factor. Rabracha, though, has fouled out with 19 points, 10 rebounds. Chris Murray leads Iowa with 28. Jackson-Davis has 30 for Indiana. 11 of 20 from the field, 8 of 10 from the free throw line.
Going to come down to 1 defensive stop here, Gary.
Jalen Hood-Schifino has 19. And nobody else in double figures for the Hoosiers. 3 guys with 9. Kopp will inbound from in front of the Indiana bench with 20 seconds to go, and here we go. Dix, McCaffrey, Sanford, Chris Murray, and Aaron Eulis on the floor for the Hawkeyes. Here's Schifino. Left side pass to Bates. Back to Schifino. Connor McCaffrey. Here's a drive inside. Shot blocked by Chris Murray. Taken away by Murray. Hawkeyes have the ball. And then a foul call. Did not hear the whistle. Chris Murray on a run out was trying to throw the ball to the other end, but a foul was called. I've never seen Fran McCaffrey so upset by a foul in favor of his team.
The game was over once they got the ball advanced right there.
10 seconds to go in regulation. Chris Murray, of course, Indiana's trying to foul. I didn't catch who the foul was on it. It happened in that melee after the missed shot. Chris Murray shoots 2. First one is good. 88-86. Indiana, should Chris make this one, Indiana would need a 3 to tie it. Murray lets fly with the second one right through, never a doubt. 89-86. 10.2 to go. Neither team has a timeout left. Kopp into Schifino.
Fran fouled. He fouls one.
Yep, and he did foul him. He did foul him. Aaron Eulis grabs Schifino now. Half the coaching staff is happy the foul call, but Courtney Eldridge is upset about something. Schifino will shoot the free throws with 8.3 to go.
Got to watch the second miss here if he makes the first one.
89-86 Iowa.
1-1.
Well, let's hope he misses the first. And the Hawks get the rebound. Here's Schifino. Freshman from Pittsburgh. He's had a big night. Free throw up and good. Never a doubt. Split the net. Tickled the twine. Nothing but cord. And one more coming. 89-87. Iowa, 8.3 to go. Second one is on the way. Good. 89-88. Hawks get it in immediately to Peyton Sanford, and he's fouled. What a play by Connor McCaffrey. Grabbed the ball and immediately tossed it in before Indiana could get set.
That's a heads-up play right there by your
coach's son.
Coach's son, yeah. So smart on the court.
Well, Iowa's not in this position without Connor McCaffrey. No, there's no doubt about it. And Peyton Sanford, 2 shots, who has struggled mightily with his shot. Had a great visit with him on the plane the other night. I said, hey, keep shooting. He has. He had a big first half. Sparked the Iowa comeback. Free throw's good. Oh, did he exhale there, brother? You've been in this situation.
Got to calm everything down. All the nerves in your body. Just concentrate on making the free throw.
90-88 and 91-88. Sanford in double figures. Indiana needs a 3. And a foul is called. Josh Dix gives a little shove in the back. They're claiming it's Indiana's begging for 3 free throws. And Paul Selk knows he wouldn't get out of here alive.
No.
So it'll be 2 free throws, 2 shots coming for Galloway. Trey Galloway, sometime starter, 67% from the foul line, 91-88. Iowa, free throw is good. To the front of the rim, to the glass, and down through. Geronimo comes in. He can jump.
Yeah, here's where they're going to miss.
3.9 to go. 4 seconds essentially left to go in the game. Galloway's going to miss this one. 91-89.
Got to hit the rim,
didn't hit the rim. He's got to know that. Like he's playing handball. He threw it right off the glass. And it's Iowa basketball. Connor McCaffrey has to get it in now. Throws it to the other end to Chris Murray. Chris, dribble out the clock. Happy birthday, Carver Hawkeye Arena. Happy birthday. Hawks defeat Indiana 91-89 on the 3rd largest comeback in school history.
Yeah, well, that's outstanding. The Hawks needed it too, Gary. That was just unbelievable comeback right there. Found themselves down by 21. Not a lot of energy in the building, and then there was, and the Hawks never quit.
Bitter pill for the Hoosiers to swallow as Mike Woodson storms off the court.
He wasn't shaking hands with too many people.
No, Mike was in a slow trot. But the players, the teams exchange handshakes. What a comeback. Down 21, 7 minutes into the game, and the Hawkeyes rally back to within 10 at the break and win it 91-89 on the strength of 22 made free throws in 25 attempts.
That was it right there, Gary. 22 of 25. That's almost 90% free throw shooting there by the Hawkeyes, and they're good free throw shooters, and certainly proved it here tonight in an intense Big Ten basketball game.
We're going to be here a while as we take it apart on the Hawkeye Radio Network and the U.S. Cellular postgame show. But the 12,000 that came out for a late start on a Monday night, or on a Thursday night, excuse me, certainly enjoyed it. Race Thompson walking off the floor with the help of crutches. He hurt a knee late in the first half. And we'd be remiss if we didn't mention that, because that certainly factored in to the outcome. Race Thompson, a vicious rebounder, and he could score inside. But the Hawks prevail. The Hawks outlast the Hoosiers 91-89. You're right, what a big win, because you were staring at 0-4 for a start going to Rutgers. Now much needed momentum and a renewed vigor.
Been a long week, Gary. I'm going to be honest with you. You're coming out of Penn State, and then Monday night we watched a football player go down, and then the word about Patrick McCaffrey, and you don't know how a team responds, but you knew this team has got some heart, and these guys really responded, especially in the second half when they were down there at the halftime, and came out and had a great start to the second half.
Chris Murray and Connor McCaffrey and others. Rebracha, despite fouling out, the Hawks rally and hold on for a 91-89 victory over Indiana. We're back to recap it on the U.S. Cellular postgame show in a minute here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
This has been the Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield second half on the Hawkeye Sports Network. Hawkeye basketball has been brought to you by Mid-American Energy. Save energy, save money. Visit midamericanenergy.com for energy-saving tips. Ford, inviting you to visit your local Ford store or buyfordnow.com. Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. And by Iowa John Deere Dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye Basketball. This is Hawkeye Basketball from Learfield.
People say you should see the ball drop at Times Square at least one time, but being there for New Year's Eve and winning $1 million live on national television? How's that for a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? With the Iowa Lottery's Powerball First Millionaire of the Year, you and a guest could appear on Dick Clark's New Year's Rockin' Eve. One lucky winner will win $1 million just after midnight. Enter your Powerball tickets and see rules and complete details at ialottery.com/VIP.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
You're not selling a product, you're selling a promise. When we're subject to horrible winters, hailstorms, windstorms, you learn quick that you really are selling a promise, not just collecting a premium.
An independent insurance agent on doing the right thing.
West Bend's the one company that I would feel confident calling the president of the company. I know he'd pick up the phone and we'd have a conversation.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, Hawkeye Basketball has been brought to you by West Bend, the Silver Lining, Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, just minutes south of Iowa City. Shields, right there with you. U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. And by Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com for details. This is the U.S. Cellular Postgame Show.
Throws it to the other end to Chris Murray. Chris, dribble out the clock. Happy birthday, Carver Hawkeye Arena. Happy birthday. Hawks defeat Indiana 91-89 on the third largest comeback in school history. And blow out the candles. Yeah. 40th anniversary of Carver Hawkeye Arena. They couldn't have served up a better present, Bobby. Now, we don't like him getting behind by 21 midway through the first half, but it's a 40-minute game. Isn't that what they call it? 40 minutes, come back, and you knew when they got to within 5 and then trailed by 10 at the break, there was a chance that the Hawkeyes could find a way to win it, and they stuck to the game plan in the second half and got to the foul line a lot in the last 10 minutes.
It stuck to the game plan is right, Gary, and that being down just 10 at halftime, I think, was huge. Thank you. For the overall victory in this game, and then the three-pointers started dropping for the Hawks. I think only 3 threes for Indiana in the second half, and they did a pretty good job on Trace Jackson. He did end up with 30 points, but he's kind of the only one. Schifano had 21, but I'm still like, wow, how the heck did they get this done? It was all courage and gutsy performance by the Hawkeyes here today.
It's almost like they rallied for Philip Rebracha, who was just pounded inside and then returned some of the favors on Trace Jackson Davis at the other end all night long. He's played undersized his entire career, or at least his Iowa career, since he got here. And look at those numbers: 19 points, 10 rebounds, 8 defensive, and a handful of those in the last 5 minutes of the game. He had huge rebounds, bothering Trace Jackson Davis' shot. A couple guards tried to get in the lane and push it up when they doubled on Jackson Davis, and Phillip kept an eye on him.
Yeah, what I liked was, he made his free throws too, Gary. Stepped up there. 5 of 6 was Phillip Abracha as a team. The Hawkeyes 22 of 25, 88%. But they win the battle of the boards too. That was a huge mark right there, a statistic toward the victory here. They win that battle 37-32, had 13 offensive rebounds, 4 of them by Chris Murray.
Huge key coming into the game. You heard Coach McCaffrey talk about that. In the second half, the Hawks outscore Indiana by 12 and win it 91-89, third largest comeback in school history. We're going to come back and talk individual numbers. We'll hear from Coach McCaffrey, of course, our star of the game. Our Old Dominion best of the best is Chris Murray, 30 points, 10 rebounds. He had 1 turnover. As much as he's handling the ball, picked off a couple steals, had a block shot, doing what he does, and usually that's across his stat line. He's always he's a stat stuffer, as Bobby Hansen would call it. And Chris Murray never looked better than he did tonight. 11 of 18 from the field, including 3 threes and 5 of 7 from the foul line. Just a spectacular effort by Chris. We'll talk to him. We'll have our hot Hawkeye of the game and more. All ahead on the U.S. Cellular Postgame Show. This is Hawkeye Basketball from Learfield.
Basketball on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. Formerly Med Farm, Bud & Mary's is the same locally grown, family-owned and operated company, providing the largest selection of cannabis and full THC products in Iowa.
Having an emergency fund can help you cover an unexpected expense, like cleaning up and rebuilding after a bad storm. At DePaco Credit Union, we've got the right tools and resources to get you on your feet. We want our members to feel the comfort that a life emergency won't become a financial emergency. DePaco cares about your financial well-being. And when our members love life, it makes a brighter community for all. DePaco can help you. Be well. Learn more at depaco.com/be well. Federally insured by NCUA.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 degrees. Lennox, 72 degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
What are you craving? The Wig and Pin in Ankeny across from DMAC is proud to be the home of the famous Flying Tomato Pizza. The Wig has all your favorites, including thin crust and Chicago-style pizza, appetizers, lots of sandwiches, pints of beer, plus a full bar. And this family-friendly local favorite is hiring. All ages are encouraged to apply from 15 to 115. Flexible hours and a fun environment? Call or just come on in. The Wig and Pin in Ankeny. What are you craving?
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
One for the ages tonight. The Hawkeyes rally from 21 down in the first half and produce the third largest comeback in Hawkeye basketball history, defeating Indiana 91-89. In the end, there were 5 ties, 5 lead changes. It was a teeter-totter back and forth all night long. And in the end, the Hawks prevail. A great win headed to Rutgers. Not an easy place to play. And Rutgers is playing as well as anybody in the league at this juncture. The best in the game coming up shortly, Chris Murray. Chris joins us now from the Hawkeye locker room, so we'll go right back inside the Hawkeye locker room. Chris Murray is sponsored by Old Dominion Freight Line. Old Dominion works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. And that was Chris Murray tonight. Chris with another 40-minute effort, back-to-back games of 40 minutes. Obviously, and you're in pretty good shape, huh?
Yeah, I mean, coming off a foot injury like that, playing 40 minutes back-to-back, honestly, I feel great. And I mean, I got to do what I got to do to win the game. And
yeah, what am I thinking? You owe us some extra minutes.
I know. Yeah, I got a little making up to do.
Well, the ebb and flow of this thing was amazing. First off, you get punched right in the nose, down 21, 7 minutes into the game. But I'm guessing if you looked up at that clock, you said, okay, we're not happy about this, but we got time.
Yeah, definitely don't want to spot a team up 21 that early. But the conversation in the timeout was just like chip away, make it a 4x4x4 game, just win every 4 minutes. And we were able to do that and just keep chipping away, give us confidence, just do what we do.
And you got to the free throw line, especially in the second half, Chris.
Yeah, that was big time. Just get easy baskets. Just attacking is what, because we spaced the floor really well in the second half. So attacking, get layups, get fouled, that was the biggest difference.
Well, yeah, because the last 5 minutes with short benches, diminished rosters because of injuries and illness, everybody's needle was pretty much on E the last 5 minutes. So you're right. If you take the attack to them, chances are really good you're going to get to the free throw line.
Yeah, especially, injuries, people fouling out, but that's just one of those games where you got to dig deep the last 4 minutes. Everyone's tired, so it's the team who has the most grit that was going to win that game.
You're standing right next to him, or banging right next to him. You get a bird's eye, a right up close view of Philip Rebracha's work ethic. It must be impressive from your angle.
Yeah, you never doubt how hard he's going to play. Guy that comes into work every single day, wants to be the best big man in the league, and he's definitely proven himself that he's up there, and he just gives a lot of confidence to us on the court as well.
Chris Murray, who this week was named to the Wooden Award midseason top 25. Obviously, that was an appropriate call. Chris with a team-high 30 points, 10 rebounds for your fifth double-double of the season. I know block shots and rebounding is as important to you as points.
It is, yeah. Especially as an undersized team, we got to have guys rebound. So I kind of took that upon myself just to be someone that we can rely on to get rebounds night in and night out. So.
Talk about the degree of difficulty in just trying to deny Trace Jackson Davis the ball, let alone guard him. I mean, he's got some of the longest arms, a wide body. He's left-handed like you, so you more than most can appreciate what he brings to the table.
Yeah, he's definitely a hard guard. I'd probably say one of the hardest in the league just because of how well he moves off the ball. He's always in the right spot. He's a lefty. We tried to deny him his left hand, but he always finds a way to get back to it. But next time we play him, we definitely got to limit his touches.
Well, without one McCaffrey, the other McCaffrey sure stepped up to the plate tonight, didn't he?
Yeah, he's big time. Just a calming presence for our team. He's a big glue guy. Can't say enough about Connor. He's huge.
And you got to be happy, delighted for guys like Josh Dix and DeSante Bowen and Aaron Eulis, who had extended minutes tonight. This roster is not deep right now. Mm-hmm. Hopefully it gets healthy. But, what a confidence boost going forward, knowing that you can put a Josh Dix in there and he can make plays.
It is, yeah. Their confidence isn't wavered at all. Especially this game probably gives them even more confidence because we're going to need them during the Big Ten year. They both played really well tonight. Didn't look like they were freshmen tonight.
Well, what's this do for the team boarding the plane tomorrow headed to Rutgers? You could probably fly there without the engine starting, but momentum's a great thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. We're going to do our best to take it into that game. Rutgers is obviously playing really well right now, but this game definitely gives us momentum and just confidence going into that game.
Chris, thanks. Congratulations. Great game.
Thank you, Gary. Chris
Murray, 40 minutes. I was just going to look at that on the stat sheet and see how many minutes he played tonight, but I should have known. It was all 40, just like it was at Penn State the other night. 30 points, 11 of 18 made shots, 3 of 6 from distance, 5 of 7 from the foul line, 10 rebounds and a couple steals for good measure. Our Old Dominion best of the best, Chris Murray. More Hawkeye postgame show courtesy of U.S. Cellular coming up in just a minute. U.S. Cellular is bringing locally grown connections all season long with any phone free for new and current customers. That's right, any phone free. Iowa wins with a big second-half rally, 91-89 over Indiana. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Born in the heart of Iowa, Authentic Brands premium sportswear is crafted with attention to detail and uncompromising quality. Inspired by the Midwestern work ethic and with you in mind, Authentic Brand apparel and accessories will make you look, feel, and perform your best. Whether you work in the trades or in the office, Authentic Brand's range of models serves the everyday demands of small businesses and corporate America. Don't settle for less. Look, feel, and perform your best. Discover the authentic difference and insist on the Authentic Brand label.
The most popular vape brand in Colorado, Batch, is now available in Iowa at Bud & Mary dispensaries. Medicines shouldn't have to taste bad. Batch vapes are known for being the smoothest, best-tasting carts. In order to bring them to Iowa, we drew on our experience, dialed up the THC, and let the terpenes do the rest. Nothing but nature. Nice. Visit budmary.com to get your medical card and explore what Batch can do for you.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
What they want is the silver lining, and they want a promise kept. When something really bad happens, that's when, you absolutely present a West Bend versus maybe another carrier.
An independent insurance agent describes the silver lining.
What I'd want you to know about West Bend is that you have a partner, and you have a partner that cares, that's built on strong values, and in the event that something does happen, you have a promise that will be kept.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
Hawkeyes win at 91-89 over Indiana. Welcome back to the U.S. Cellular postgame show, courtesy of U.S. Cellular. Time now for our postgame stat recap, courtesy of Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee, score big savings and shop online at HyVeeDeals.com. Iowa down by 21 at the 13:40 mark. Rallied back to within 5 late in the first half. Trailed by 10 at the break, 50-40. And then outscored Indiana 51-39 in the second half, winning 91-89. There were 5 ties, 5 lead changes. Our points in the paint are courtesy of Spahn and Rose. And you talk about pounding it inside. Well, if you got a Chris Murray, if you got a Philip Rabracha, or you have a Trace Jackson Davis or a Race Thompson, who unfortunately for Indiana couldn't play in the second half with that knee injury, you're going to get the ball inside. Points in the paint belong to the Hoosiers, but only by 2. That was lopsided early on. Our points in the paint, courtesy of Spahn and Rose, go Indiana's way, 48-46. Great rally there by the Hawks in the lane that second half. Contractors, you're busier than ever, but you've got this with high-quality building materials from Spahn and Rose, like GAF Roofing. Use the Spahn and Rose visualizer to plan the perfect roof and blend an architectural look with exceptional performance. GAF, we protect what matters the most. With several Spahn and Rose locations nearest you, you can focus on life's other important things. Spahn and Rose, buy easier, build better. The Spahn and Rose, points in the paint, Indiana 48, Iowa 46. So basically a draw. Hy-Vee brings you our post-game stat recap, courtesy of Hy-Vee. Score big savings and shop online at HyVeeDeals.com. For the game, Hawks shoot 31 of 65. That's 47.5%. 7 threes and 19 attempts, and made 22 of 25 free throws. 5 more made free throws than Indiana, which we'll talk about later on. Hawks also, key stat, out-rebounded the Hoosiers 37-32 with 13 offensive. Iowa led in scoring, 5 in double figures. Chris Murray with 30 points, 10 rebounds. 19 points, 10 rebounds for Philip Rabracha. Another double-double for the young man from Serbia and the University of North Dakota. 16 for Connor McCaffrey. All 6 made free throws from McCaffrey. 16 points, 3 assists, 1 turnover. He logged 36 minutes. 11 for Peyton Sanford, who hit those 7 crucial points back to back midway through the first half when he hopped off the bench and he started that Iowa comeback. Way to go, Peyton. Ended up with 1-3 among his 4 field goals. 10 points for Tony Perkins. 4 assists for Tony as well. Solid floor game tonight for Tony Perkins. That's back-to-back solid floor games for TP. A 3-point basket for Josh Dix, a layup for Dasani Bowen. They all were needed and all counted tonight as the Hawks put 91 on the board in a win over the Hoosiers. Indiana shot 54%. They were at 70% early in the game when they raced out to that 21-point advantage. But the Hawks got things under control. The zone defense was critical in the second half as well. Hoosiers shoot 32 of 59. Made 8 threes and 15 attempts, and were 17 of 26 from the free throw line. And that's just 65%. That definitely hurt him. Trace Jackson-Davis, also a leading candidate for Big Ten MVP, like Chris Murray. 30 points, 9 rebounds. 21 for the flashy freshman Jalen Hood-Schifino. And nobody else in double figures. Geronimo got close. Jordan had 9. 8 for Tamar Bates. Half a dozen for Miller Kopp. 9 for Race Thompson before he was injured. And Malik Renaud got in the game but did not score. Critical stat as well, the Hoosiers turned it over 14 times to Iowa's 12, but the Hawks had 8 more points off turnovers. Iowa's bench outscored Indiana 16-15. Final score again, Iowa 91, Indiana 89. That's our Hy-Vee stat recap, courtesy of Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee Online. Back with more U.S. Cellular postgame show in a minute. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Basketball on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud and Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting a card is fast and easy with online doctors. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
Draft Day Sports Lounge is the ultimate place to watch the game, have some fun, and show off your golfing skills with Top Golf Swing Suite. Top Golf Swing Suite in Draft Day delivers a one-of-a-kind simulation that's fun for golfers and non-golfers alike. Pair that with Draft Day's live sports viewing, local craft beers, and delicious menu, and you have a winning pair. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Top Golf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Iowa Hawkeye basketball on 1040 WHO is brought to you by Case IH, West Bend Mutual, Better Business Bureau, Lennox Heating and Cooling, American Equity, Burger Shed, Tournament Club of Iowa, Machine Shed, Dupaco Community Credit Union. Show your support to our local Iowa radio business partners and support those who support the Hawkeyes.
'91-'89 as we relive the exciting moments on the Hawkeye postgame show, courtesy of U.S. Cellular, as Iowa defeats the Hoosiers by 2. The Hawks get that coveted first Big Ten win. Now sit at 1-3, headed to Rutgers for a Sunday game. We'll talk about that again in just a bit. It's time for our John Deere postgame interview with Coach Fran McCaffrey with Bobby Henson in the Hawkeye locker room. Brought to you by the great John Deere dealers of Iowa, including Bowden Steiner Implement in Rowley.
Coach, what a gutsy performance tonight by the Hawkeyes, everything considered, and to get down 21 points, third largest comeback in Hawkeye basketball history. How'd you guys do it?
We stayed composed, Bobby. I thought the press and the zone was really good. We didn't panic offensively. You know what happens. You've been in enough games. You get down 21. We don't have a 21-point play. Everybody wants to get it all at once. Start jacking threes, quick shooting the ball. And that's what's going to doom you. We moved it. We drove it. We got to the free throw line. We got to the free throw line early in the second half. We were in the double bonus coming down the stretch, which was huge. But I just thought we fought them on the glass, out-rebounded them. I was just so impressed with our resolve.
And, Coach, my number one key was you're going to need contribution from everybody here tonight, and everybody that got in there certainly did something positive.
They did. I mean, DeSante was really good in the first half, I thought, and so was Josh Dix. Like you said, everybody played well, even got a couple minutes out of Riley Mulvey.
And Coach, the zone, I thought, was a difference in defensively there when you switched to the 2-3 zone, and your 1-2-2. You got some, a 10-second call on them, but talk about your defense.
Well, The 1-2-2 is effective in a number of different ways. It gets them playing east and west and not north and south. It also is less time you have to deal with Trace Jackson Davis. It's maybe instead of having to deal with him for 35 seconds, you deal with him for 18 seconds. The zone was active. It was, at times, probably to you and to anybody else, looked more like a matchup because they were moving people around, and then they put in their shooting lineup, which anybody would do if you're playing a zone, right? You put your shooters in, so we have to make sure we compress the defense enough to limit Trace Jackson Davis's touches, but then also get out to the three-point shooters. And for the most part, we did that. And we contested, and, the crazy thing is probably the best defensive possession we had. The ball hits the backboard and bounces right, and they hit the layup at the buzzer. And I think, to me, Bobby, that was a really key point in the game. They go up 6 on a goofy play when we had played perfect defense, and we still didn't rattle. Couldn't be more proud of the guys.
Yeah, exactly. And let's talk about Connor. He's been in the limelight or under the media spotlight here all week long, and he just is the heart and soul of this basketball team.
He really is. I mean, he just makes all the right decisions. Even the last inbounds pass, threw it the length of the floor to Chris, and Chris just dribbled the clock out. I mean, what a great, you have to have confidence to make that play. He did the same thing in the championship game. Remember, Keegan dunked it. So they brought it. He knows they're bringing everybody up. The time before, he quick inbounds to Peyton, and Peyton gets fouled. Like, this is exactly what he wanted to do. We don't line up in our press offense. We get it out there and throw it to Peyton. He's the best shooter. Go ahead. Foul him. Makes 2. We kind of used to do the same thing with Bohannon. So he's a winner in every sense of the word.
And, Coach, let's talk about Chris Murray, our player of the game. 30 points, 11 rebounds, another double-double for him, and he just is unflappable.
You know what, Bobby? I said this after the game when I was talking on TV with Bill Raftery. He doesn't rattle. I mean, he makes threes, he drives the ball, he plays defense, he blocks shots, he executes, and he looks like he's not having any fun. But he is always thinking, and he's always planning, and he's always a threat when he has the ball. You can shoot it, you can drive it, you can foul, you can make a play.
Coach, happy birthday to Carver Hawkeye Arena. 40 years ago tonight it opened, and not such a fun night that one was, but the crowd was really into it, and I think enjoyed this basketball game. Talk about the turnout here, the crowd.
It was really impressive, Bobby, and I think you would agree, so impactful to our team's ability to make a comeback. They didn't quit on us, and they recognized that our guys didn't quit. A lot of times fans can because our defense was bad early. Our offense was sideways. We did have a couple good looks that didn't fall, and that's frustrating. And the crowd just hung in there with us, and they gave us some juice. We cut the lead, and we cut it again, and we just kept coming, and we needed them today.
And, Coach, I got to compliment you. I don't know if I've seen you coach this hard in the 13 years that you've been here, but you wouldn't let your team die.
No, and I give a lot of credit to my staff, but my veteran guys. But we kept them engaged, we kept them locked in, we kept them focused, because it's such a long game. We played horrible in the beginning. You look up, there's 35 minutes to go. But guys, we got plenty of time here. Even when we were down 6 with 3:39, I think it was. Yeah, it's a 3-possession game, 2 possessions if we make 3s. So just stop, score. We work on that in practice. Don't give them any seconds. No crazy fouls. The one I thought Chris got a steal on that, and they called him for a foul. I thought the kid just threw the ball out of bounds. He jumped it. They were trying to lob over the top. He jumped it. So I thought that was a tough one, especially because it was his 4th. So just so happy for this team. We came close in the last one, and we got this one done.
Yeah, Coach, congratulations. Got that first Big Ten victory, and we'll get on the plane tomorrow and head to Rutgers.
Absolutely, Bobby. Look forward to that. Have a good practice before we leave. Appreciate you.
Coach McCaffrey with Bobby Hansen. Good job, guys, in the locker room. Iowa Coach McCaffrey, sponsored by the Iowa John Deere dealers, including Bowden Steiner Implement. Bowden Steiner Implement is your trusted John Deere dealer, serving you with 10 locations in Northeast Iowa to better serve you. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification as the Hawkeyes rally to beat Indiana 91-89 here in Iowa City. 10-second ID break. You're listening to Hawkeye Basketball. We'll replay some of tonight's highlights here on our U.S. Cellular postgame show when we come back to Iowa City. This is Hawkeye Basketball from Learfield.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
If you thought starting a business took courage, imagine starting over after a fire, damaging storms, or a cyber attack. When disaster strikes, business owners count on EMC for fast, experienced claim service. Our countrywide network of local offices ensures we're always ready to answer the call, investigate every claim, explain what's covered, and process payments as quickly as possible. Count on getting back to business when you count on EMC.
Oh, you know that old injury of yours? The one in your knee or maybe back? Instead of going to the doctor and then doing physical therapy, why not start with therapy first? Athletico Physical Therapy is changing the whole healing process around. Their physical therapists will find the source of your pain and help fix it. Start with them and start living pain-free. Just like that.
It all starts with Athletico Physical Therapy. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com. No prescription needed. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Hawk fans, stop in and visit Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. It's within walking distance to Extreme Arena, home of the Iowa Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as some great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of the Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey radio show. Come find your place at Hyatt Regency, where we care for people so they can be their best.
Join WMT's 27th Alaska in August. Begin with a 7-night land tour into the heart of Alaska. Then a 7-night cruise through the Inside Passage. Visit Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited website, duagency.com for a brochure.
Time to relive some of the exciting moments of tonight's Hawkeye victory over Indiana, 91-89. Gets the black and gold in the left-hand column for the first time this season. Now 1-3 in the Big Ten, 9 wins overall on the year. Indiana drops to 1-2 and 10-4 overall. The Hoosiers ranked 15th coming into play tonight. It was as you heard Fran say, it was horrible at the start of the game for at least the first 6 minutes when Indiana went up by 21, due in large part to this freshman, Jalen Hood-Schifino. He hit 3 threes in the early segment, ended up with 5 threes on the night. Hawks got him under control in the second half, even though he did end up with 21 points. But when Schifino wasn't raining him in from outside, Trace Jackson-Davis and Race Thompson were doing damage inside. And then Thompson got hurt late in the first half, jammed a knee, sprained a knee. We're not sure. We wish him the best, though, going forward. His mom, Stephanie, is from Indianola. She played volleyball here at Iowa. And, of course, Dad is the great Darrell Thompson, the Minnesota Golden Gopher running back a few years back. But the Hawkeyes battled back in that second half, got down 21, got to within 5 with about 5 minutes to play in the first half, then went down 10 as Indiana scored the final 5 of the first half. But let's go back. The Hawks were down. See you guys. Safe travels. See you, Fish. Don Fisher, the longtime play-by-play voice of the Indiana Hoosiers, on their way out of the building. Let's go back to the first half, about the 8-minute mark, 8 minutes in. Peyton Sanford came off the bench with Iowa down 23-4. Peyton Sanford tries to get 3 back and does. Boy, how refreshing is that? 23-7. Yeah, the assist to Tony Perkins, and didn't probably, as the norm goes, didn't seem like a big basket at the time. But the Hawks were back to within 16 after being down 21. Sanford then hit a long 2 after an Indiana score. Eventually, it was Sanford again with 12 minutes, 14 seconds to play in the first half as Iowa went on a 6-0 run. Hawks looking for Chris Murray. He's covered up. Now there's a baseline drive by Sanford. Up and in. Peyton brought his guns with him tonight. A 3, and now back-to-back 2s by Sanford. Short jumper there on the assist from Connor McCaffrey. The Hawks were within 15. So as Fran McCaffrey said, keep chipping away. Rebraca got a jumper after that. Then Connor McCaffrey came off the bench. Actually, he started tonight for his brother, Patrick, who's out indefinitely with the anxiety affliction. And hopefully Patrick gets back sooner than later. But Connor sure filled in admirably. Here's Tony Perkins from Murray. 35-15, even 20-point lead for Indiana. Connor McCaffrey tries a 3. It's good. Connor's answered in clutch moment after clutch moment all year.
All year long.
Connor would end up with a pair of 3-point goals, hit 4 of 9 shots. Iowa just never let Indiana get too distant from it. That brought the Hawks to within 17. And then Iowa went on a little bit of a run, got back to within 14 at 35-21. Perkins had a layup, got fouled, made the and one. Sanford got a steal, and Chris Murray went to work. Hawkeyes get the ball. Back they come. Chris Murray. Connor McCaffrey, 4-3. No good off the right of the iron. Kept alive by Peyton Sanford. Up and in by Chris Murray. Johnny on the spot. Chris Murray, maybe that gets him going. Hawks were within 12 at 35-23, and still 8.5 minutes to go in the first half. Hawks get another stop, and Chris Murray went to work long range. Still 8 minutes to play first half. Josh Dix is going to come in and see if he can find his shooting iron right away. Chris Murray for 3. Good. Back-to-back baskets for Murray. It was 35-26. The Hawks had finally melted that double-digit deficit inside 10. It was 35-26. Indiana did score on a long 3 by Schifano again, but then Bowen got a reverse layup off a missed shot. The Hawks were back to within 10, and it stayed at 8-10 for the next 3 or 4 minutes. Indiana would lead by 10 at the break, but the Hawks got close with just about a minute 10 to play in the first half. Iowa got on another little run, down 8. Rebraca inside with a lot of heavy lifting. Basani takes it to the baseline. Through the lane. Out to the wing with 5 to shoot. Ulis inside. Rebraca with a great catch. A score! And a free throw coming. What a play by Rebraca with 6 to shoot. Rebraca's layup plus the and one got the Hawks to within 45-40 with 58 seconds to go in the first half. But the Hoosiers rallied with 5 straight to end the period and went to the locker room leading 50-40. But Iowa had to feel very, very good about being down only 10, especially at one time Indiana had the lead at 21, 6 minutes into the game. Let's go to the second half now. Murray gets a layup to start the period. Murray then got a dunk off the assist from Sanford. It was 55-44. The teams were kind of matching baskets. Rebraca got a layup to make it 55-46 Indiana. And then after the Hawks got a stop, Chris Murray started to heat up. Here's Perkins around a screen by Rebraca. Chris Murray's open for 3. Good. He's going to fill it up while he can. Because he was slowly getting into foul trouble. He had picked up his 3rd foul when he drained that 3 with 16 minutes to go in the game, and the Hawks were back to within 8, 57-49. Rebraca then got a jump hook after a stop to make it 57-51. A putback by Murray off his own miss made it 57-53. Hello, Daryl. All the best to your son, man. Okay, buddy. Good to see you. Daryl Thompson, the great Minnesota running back, and logged a lot of time with the Green Bay Packers in the NFL, does the radio for the Minnesota Golden Gophers. His son, Race, injured late in the first half, but Daryl, a class act. Mom is from Indianola. We wish them the best going forward. All right, it's 57-53. Indiana by 4 with 14 minutes to play in the game. The Hawks get another stop. This is where the zone was really working. Not only the 1-2-2 full court pressure, but the half court 2-3 or 1-2-2. Iowa gets a stop and then a score. As Fran McCaffrey said, we needed a lot of stops and scores, and son Connor put one in at the 13:35 mark to draw Iowa to within 1. McCaffrey restarts the set in the half court. Peering inside, step back 3. Good! He's done it all year. Connor McCaffrey with a big 16-point effort tonight in the absence of his brother, and the Hawks were knocking at the door, trailing 57-56. Indiana scored. Connor countered with 2 free throws. It was 59-58 Hoosiers. Indiana went up 61-58, and Chris Murray says, let's get this thing locked up. For Schifino. Murray hits a 3, though. Indiana overplaying the passing lanes. They left Murray wide open on the wing. We're tied at 61. And still 12 minutes to go in the game. The assist to Tony Perkins there as Chris Murray knocks down a 3, his third of the night. It was all tied at 61. Iowa got the lead on a short jumper by Rebraca, 66-64. Hawks turned Indiana over, and Sanford got a putback. Iowa was up 4 at 68-64. Iowa led 70-67 when Indiana went on a run. And back and forth we went. That's where the majority of those 5 lead changes came in the final 7.5 minutes of the game. Josh Dix hit a huge 3 to put Iowa up 73-72 with just under 8 minutes to play. And the 3 regulars go back to the bench. Here's a lob inside to Murray. Up and good! Murray scores there. Iowa was up 64-61. Dix hit a 3 with 7:59 to play, put Iowa up 73-72. Then Murray gets that layup there to put Iowa up 75-72. Then it was a kind of a parade to the free throw line by both teams from the 5-minute mark on down. And with just 3 seconds to go, and the Hawks holding on to a 91-88 lead, Iowa did not want Indiana to get it to overtime with a 3-point goal, so they kept fouling. And Trey Galloway stood at the line, made the first. You knew he was going to intentionally miss the second one, but he also had to know you got to at least graze the iron, the rim. Instead, he line drive the ball off the glass, which was a violation. Iowa took possession, and all Connor McCaffrey had to do was throw it to the other end of the floor where Chris Murray happened to be. Chris Murray gathered in the rainbow toss from Connor and ran out the clock, and the Hawks win at 91-89, excuse me. What a way to celebrate Carver Hawkeye Arena's 40th anniversary. Those are the highlights from tonight's game. Back with a scoreboard wrap-up and more on the U.S. Cellular Postgame Show in a minute. This is Hawkeye Basketball from Learfield.
In America, the future belongs to everyone. So we designed the Ford trucks of the future for everyone. Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 45 years straight. Made for performance and capability on and off-road. Because the trucks of the future aren't designed for a few. They're built for America. Ford F-Series. Drive one today. Based on 1977 to 2021 calendar year total sales.
Running a business is a lot of work. Luckily, I've got a great partner.
Oh, I thank you.
I meant U.S. Bank.
I knew that.
U.S. Bank Business Essentials is a huge help to us.
Totally. Their comprehensive point-of-sale system does it all. Tracks inventory, manages schedules, customizes orders.
Plus all the regular banking stuff.
If only it could make coffee.
Nah, that's your job.
From point of sale to quick loans, we have many ways to make your business boom. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender member FDIC.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4 Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatKirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
U.S. Cellular has always believed that connection is the greatest gift of all. That's why we're offering any phone, any brand, any storage for free for everyone, new and current customers. Plus, our price protection guarantee means your rates won't go up. Because locally grown connection is the gift that keeps on giving. Visit us in-store or online to get any phone, any brand, any storage free today. U.S. Cellular, locally grown connection. Limited time offer, terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
Throws it to the other end to Chris Murray. Chris, dribble out the clock. Happy birthday, Carver Hawkeye Arena. Happy birthday. Hawks defeat Indiana 91-89 on the third largest comeback in school history. Yeah, one for the history books, indeed. A glorious moment. Certainly you don't want to get down 21, but if you do, once again, this Iowa basketball team showed a lot of grit, a lot of guts, a lot of gusto in roaring back to get to within 10 at halftime. You knew they were going to hang around. It wasn't going to be a similar repeat second half to first half. And the Hawks not only came all the way back, but they win at 91-89. Had a lot to do with Philip Rebraca. He's our hot Hawkeye of the night, courtesy of your Lennox dealers throughout Iowa. Rebraca played 37, almost 38 minutes, 19 points on 7 of 11 shooting, 5 of 6 from the free throw line. That was critical. 10 rebounds, so another double-double for the Serbian, with a couple of assists and a block shot for good measure. Philip Rebraca, our Lennox hot Hawkeye. Stop in and see your Lennox dealers. If you need help, give them a call. Kelly's Heating Service Incorporated here in the Iowa City area looks forward to heating up your home this winter. In Mount Pleasant, it's Paul's Plumbing and Heating. In New Hampton, Vic's Heating, Plumbing, and Vent. Out in Omaha, Council Bluffs, call on the folks at A1 United Heating and Air Conditioning. And it's Kalen's Indoor Comfort in Yankton, South Dakota. Let's hear some of Mike Woodson's comments, the Indiana head coach, after the game tonight. He started out commenting about Race Thompson. His knee injury right before halftime was a critical blow to the Hoosiers' hopes.
Well, again, I mean, when you mix, the play Malik and I thought Geronimo, he fought. But, Race is a better matchup on Murray, and we knew that coming in. And, but that wasn't the difference. We just didn't play like we played the first half. Our defense, it just went the other way. And, and Murray had his way. He was a big part of it. We hold him. I think he had 21 in the second half, and that's huge when you're trying to win a close game. And it didn't help us that we missed free throws. That's kind of been a thorn in the side, man. In close games, we have to make free throws. I thought that was they made theirs and we missed ours.
Mike, we saw Trace kind of hobbling off the court at halftime and getting stretched out again, but he still played 38 minutes and kind of fought through all that. Can you just talk about what he gave you tonight?
Played a great game. I tried to give him a blow the second half, but he didn't want to come out, and I get it, because he was trying his damnedest to help us win it. So just the telling is going to be how he feels tomorrow. Just hope when he wakes up he's feeling good.
Coach, that played the end there with Jalen, was that the plan to get him downhill, or did he kind of improvise? Well,
he kind of improvised. The plan was to get it inside, and when Trace broke away from it, it opened the door, and he thought he had a crack, and I get it. He had a good game. He was... he can make free throws, so maybe he was trying to get fouled.
Up 21 in the first half, what was the biggest change that Iowa did or that you saw from your own guys from that point on?
Well, again, I thought we moved it. We did everything to build the lead. And then when I went to the bench and started shuffling a little, we can't play everybody 40 minutes. And, we just started having some miscues. And then when Race went out, that was a big blow. And now you got to kind of emphasize a little bit, and it just didn't work. I still thought we had a shot at it at the end. You up 6 really with 3 to go on the clock, and we can't close it coming out of that timeout. It was like an 8-0 run, just that quick.
Spot on comments by Mike Woodson. He said we had enough leads. And we were playing well enough to win the game, but his bench kind of ran out of steam while Iowa's bench held serve. And so the Hawks, without Patrick McCaffrey tonight, Indiana did not have Race Thompson in the second half, and Iowa's bench performed a little bit better. Josh Dix with that huge 3 was clutch late in the game as Iowa erased a 21-point first-half deficit to come back and win, posting its third largest comeback in school history, a 23-point comeback versus Gardner-Webb back in 2012, and a 22 comeback victory at Illinois in January of 1987. Hawks improved to 2-0 against ranked opponents. They beat the Cyclones here earlier this season and now beat 15th-ranked Indiana 91-89. Thanks to Mike Woodson for his comments. Time now for the Charity Stripe recap. How did the Hawks do from the foul line? Well, Latham is sponsoring a big moment because the Hawks made 22 of 25, 88% for Iowa. That was a difference maker. Indiana was 17 of 26 and 65%. That's our Charity Stripe recap, brought to you by Latham High-Tech Seeds. Just like the Hawks' diverse talents, no seed company has more trait and genetic diversity than Latham High-Tech Seeds. Thank you, Latham, for supporting Hawkeye basketball and the American Cancer Society through the Hawkeye Charity Stripe promotion all season long. The Hawks get their first lead with 11 minutes and 35 seconds to go in the second half. Lost it, got it back, lost it, got it back, and hold on at the end to win 91-89. We'll wrap up the U.S. Cellular postgame show after this. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Hawk fans, stop in and visit Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. It's within walking distance to Extreme Arena, home of the Iowa Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as some great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of the Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey radio show. Come find your place at Hyatt Regency, where we care for people so they can be their best.
In America, the future belongs to everyone. So we designed the Ford trucks of the future for everyone. Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 45 years straight. Made for performance and capability on and off-road. Because the trucks of the future aren't designed for a few. They're built for America. Ford F-Series. Drive one today. Based on 1977 to 2021 calendar year total sales.
Hawkeyes zone defense that second half, whether it's the 1-2-2 full court press or the half court 1-2-2 or 2-3, was really effective as Iowa outscores Indiana by 12 in the second half to win it 91-89. One final look here at the U.S. Bank scoreboard before we say goodnight from Carver. In the Big Ten tonight, Rutgers, Iowa's next opponent, throttled Maryland at home 64-50. Number one ranked Purdue rallied to beat Ohio State in Columbus 71-69. Second ranked Houston no trouble with SMU 87-53. 10th ranked UCLA held on to beat Southern Cal 60-58. 5th ranked Arizona trails at home to Washington 46-41 early on in the second half. Likewise, midway through the second half, it's San Francisco leading 9th ranked Gonzaga 53-49. The Iowa women travel to 14th-ranked Michigan on Saturday. The Hawkeye Wrestlers host Illinois to open up Big Ten dual meet play on Friday night here at Carver at 7 o'clock. And the Hawkeyes go to Rutgers for a Sunday game. I don't know, is that 11 or 1 o'clock? 11 o'clock. They were waffling as to whether or not that's an 11 o'clock start or 1 p.m. start. I'm told it is 11 a.m., so we'll be on the air at 10 Sunday morning as you drive to or from church. Tune us in on the Hawkeye Radio Network, Iowa and Rutgers, as the Hawks end a 4-game losing streak tonight and a momentum-building victory over Indiana, 91-89. Thanks to Bobby Hansen for his usual expert work during the game and afterwards with Coach McCaffrey. Our engineer-producer is Corey Sheets. I'm Gary Dolphin. Final score again from Carver Hawkeye Arena, Iowa, 91, Indiana, 89. Enjoy the rest of your evening. This has been Hawkeye Basketball from Learfield.
You've been listening to the U.S. Cellular Postgame Show, brought to you by U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Hawkeye Basketball has been brought to you by Alliant Energy. Visit AlliantEnergy.com to see how they're using their energy to power beyond. U.S. Bank, proud to support Iowa basketball. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. And by Case IH. Make every shot count with Case IH. Visit caseih.com/Hawkeyes. United Healthcare, proud sponsors of Small Business Spotlight. Sign up your small business at HawkeyeSports.com/UHC. Honda. To see how Honda crushes the competition, see your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest. Also brought to you by Shields, right there with you. And by Authentic Brand, unique Hawkeye apparel at authentic-brand.com. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.